Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good morning and welcome to today's conference with the title Strengthening Urban Policy in the EU, Integration the Principles of the new Leipzig Charter into the Urban Agenda for the EU. This is a quite long title, but everyone who is involved in the process of the development of these two documents knows that there is also a long story behind this title. It is now exactly 1 year ago that the new Leipzig Charter was agreed at the Informal Ministerial meeting, unfortunately only virtually in Leipzig. And this process was accompanied by a long series of web conferences. Maybe some of you remember we started last September with 3 European-wide conferences where we explained the principles and the topics of the Leipzig Charter. And we had a very fruitful discussion with many cities from all over Europe. It was very inspiring. So I regret that we come now to an end with this conference. And during the last months and also years, we were also questions in workshops and conferences on the implementation of the new Leipzig Charter. So the questions like, what does the Leipzig Charter actually means for my daily work in the office now as urban planner? How the Leipzig Charter interferes with policy coherence, or how does the Leipzig Charter is actually now interconnected with the urban agenda for the EU. And in particular, this last question is the topic for today for this conference. We are now at the stage where we're phasing out the first generation of partnerships from the urban agenda, and some partnerships are still going on. And further partnerships will start next year or the year after. So we were in a very decisive moment, and I'm very happy that we will have a discussion today how the principles of the Leipzig Charter can be introduced into the new generation of partnerships and topics from the urban agenda for the EU. We have many topics coming up during the last year with the Green Deal, so we will have a discussion how to involve the urban agenda in the Green Deal, what topics should be continued also from the Green Deal in the partnerships. We will see it later at the later stage of this conference. And I'm very happy that we have many participants today, so the interest in this topic is very high. We have nearly 230 participants registration for this conference. I was also very happy that we have speakers from all levels, from the European level, from the European Commission, from the Committee of the Regions, European Investment Bank, from the member states, and from the cities, from big cities, small cities. So we have a quite good angle of different perspectives for this discussions today. But I will not moderating the whole process alone. I'm very happy that I have 2 co-moderators. It's Eddie Adams and Mart Grisel. Maybe you can switch off very briefly your camera and say a few words what we expect in your session later in this afternoon or right now at 11 o'clock, Mart, in your session.
Yes, good morning, Jonas. It's a pleasure to co-moderate this conference with you and with Eddie Adams, people that colleagues that I met many times in the past, and indeed we're now in this situation of a video conference again. But still, interesting to reach out to as many people as possible via this video conference. In my session, I have an excellent panel with people who are very much involved in the current urban agenda for the EU at different levels: Commission, member states, city, a city having been active in one of the partnerships, and the Association of Small and Medium-Sized Cities. And I will be talking a lot about multi-level governance and its relation with this new Leipzig Charter. And we'll use that, let's say, governance perspective, the involvement of the different governmental levels and different stakeholders, to also discuss about the, let's say, the general principles of the next generation of the urban agenda, as suggested by the new Leipzig Charter. And with that, I'll hand over to the other co-moderator, Eddie, who will then explain himself what he's going to propose in his panel.
Thanks a lot, Mart. Yeah, and it's great to be here today. Really excited about the session we have ahead of us. In the slot that I'll be moderating just after lunch today, we'll be, I guess, doing what Jonas has just said. So we'll be looking backwards, but also looking forwards. This is a really kind of seminal point to reflect on what we've learned from the experience of the urban agenda partnerships as we move into a next generation of those, but also mindful of this busy change context going on behind us with the European Green Deal, the new programming period, the new structures coming in around urban policy at the European level. So the timing is fantastic. We're bringing for this particular session 6 city voices together. So 6 experienced practitioners who are all in the front line working with cities on a day-to-day basis. But they've also been members of urban agenda partnerships, and through the prism of the 3 new Leipzig Charter dimensions, the just city, the green city, the productive city, we'll be asking them just to unpack their experiences, share with us some of the things they've learned along the way, share some tips about going forward, what we should hold on to and build upon, and also where things didn't work maybe as well as they should have done, how we can improve them in future. So it's kind of unscripted. We're looking forward to hearing their authentic inputs, and that's just after lunch this afternoon. So looking forward to that very much indeed. Thanks a lot, Jonas. I'll hand back to you to just take us to the next point.
Thank you very much, Eddie and Mart. Always very charming to work with you. And I also forgot to mention that we, of course, not focus only on the urban agenda. Also in the afternoon, we will have a view on the European Investment Bank, how the Leipzig Charter, what the role the Leipzig Charter plays now for their products and for their policy, and also for Horizon Europe. And of course, one of the most important European program for cities to exchange on integrated approaches on URBACT. We have also a view on this program and how it will take up the Leipzig Charter in their policy. So, but you're following all the session on YouTube, but nevertheless, you are able to participate also with questions and remark. We have Slido installed for you, and you can see the code for Slido. I will repeat it. It's hashtag 789231. You can see it in the chat. So please use Slido, don't use the YouTube chat because you have to log into the YouTube chat only through your Gmail account. And it would be difficult for us to follow both chats. So please use Slido, and you're very welcome to introduce your questions and your remarks. Now I come to my first speaker, and I come to the State Secretary of the German Ministry for the Interior, Building and Community, Ann-Kathrin Bohle. Ann-Kathrin Bohle followed very much the development process of the Leipzig Charter as State Secretary under the German EU presidency. Unfortunately, she cannot be here, but the conference is very important for her, so she sent us a video message, and I ask my colleagues to start now the video message of Ann-Kathrin Bohle.
Dear State Secretary Roger, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure today to open the web conference Strengthening European Urban Policy in the EU on behalf of the German Federal Ministry of the Interior, Building and Community. This is the final meeting of our web series Cities Fit for Future, which started more than a year ago. My thanks go to the German Association for Housing, Urban and Spatial Development for organizing this series that has brought us together and us, the important stakeholders from all over Europe. I would like also to thank all the supporting partners, the European Commission, URBACT, Eurotowns, as well as our colleagues from the Portuguese and Slovenian presidency. Throughout the web series, we have learned how the new Leipzig Charter translates into urban development practice. The further development of this strategic framework not only serves as the basis for European and urban development in many cities in Europe, its principles and objectives also guide the future. Urban agenda for the EU as the key instrument to make EU policies more urban-friendly. Today, I would like to take the chance to look back, but also to take a look into the future of European cities. As you all know, it was almost 1 year ago when the new Leipzig Charter was adopted. Existing challenges, such as climate change or social polarization, had gained importance and new issues had emerged for cities since the adoption of the original Leipzig Charter in 2007. This called for a revision of the document to help cities address these challenges. I'm sure that you agree that we had adopted a comprehensive framework for cities with the new Leipzig Charter to achieve this. It will support European cities to preserve their social, cultural, and economic diversity, their power of integration and innovation. This has only been possible by thanks to the joint efforts of many European stakeholders. Many of you are here today. Implementation of the new Leipzig Charter at national and European scale. The new Leipzig Charter is not only an inspiration for cities. The Charter also calls for the development or continuation of strong national urban policies. In Germany, for instance, it has been the initial point to adjust our national urban development policy within the last year. I know the Charter had also influenced national urban policies in our other member states, for instance, Poland, Spain, and the Czech Republic. Given the diversity of the European and urban landscapes in Europe, each city and each member state will find its own way to how translate their principles into concrete policies and measures. Another instrument that I want to highlight is the European Urban Agenda. This multi-level and multi-stakeholder tool has proven to be very valuable to make EU policies more urban-friendly in the last 5 years. We have jointly developed the Urban Agenda further within the last 1.5 years. Linking it to the new Leipzig Charter in future will help improve the Urban Agenda and create cohesive with other programs and national policies. As you know, we therefore adopted a document under German EU presidency last year to implement the new Leipzig Charter's principles and objectives within the new phase of the Urban Agenda for the EU. This ambition was also underlined with the respective Council conclusions. The implementation document has paved the way towards a new and improved urban agenda for the EU. The whole process of getting here has been a true reflection of the European spirit I'm very proud of. At this point, I also want to express my gratitude to the other Trio partners for this exceptional cooperation. Next week will mark the beginning of this new phase where the ministers will adopt the Ljubljana Agreement at an informal meeting in Slovenia. I believe that this agreement will be a new milestone for cities all over Europe. We need to take advantage of these to make EU policies more urban-friendly. This will ultimately create green, just and productive European cities in the spirit of the new Leipzig Charter. I now wish you all a fruitful conference and debate. Thank you very much for your attention. Stay well.
This was the welcome remarks of Ann-Kathrin Bohle, and I will ask my colleagues from the German, or our colleagues from the German Ministry, to pass her our sincere gratitude for her welcome words. Ann-Kathrin Bohle mentioned several policies. She mentioned the urban policy on European level, but also the national policy, and she was speaking about policy coherence. And this led me to our first keynote speaker, Professor Carsten Zimmermann. And Carsten Zimmermann, he's a professor in Dortmund for European planning cultures at the Faculty of Spatial Planning, the Technical University of Dortmund. Carsten, you were working very much on the comparison of planning systems in Europe, planning theories, urban studies, and metropolitan governance. And I'm very happy that you came to us with a presentation with some also personal thoughts and reflections about policy coherence and threats also for policy coherence on the European scale for urban development, for spatial development. And I'm very happy that you give us some thoughts that we can maybe take also later for the discussions during the day. Carsten, I give you the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to open this web conference on EU urban policy and the new Leipzig Charter. And the answer to this question that you gave me, why to integrate the principles of the new Leipzig Charter into EU urban policy, is policy coherence. I think policy coherence is at stake here. And I would like to share some experiences I made. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so I would like to share an experience I made just 1 year ago. As has been mentioned before, autumn 2020 was a very good moment in time for me as a university teacher to give a course on a master course on EU urban policies, because the Leipzig Charter was soon to be published. The territorial agenda of the new territorial agenda of the European Union was soon to be published. The new funding period in cohesion policy started. So I did this course together with my student and invited them to give presentations on all these different initiatives and agendas, etc., etc. And this was a very interesting experience for me, because my students told me, well, this is all very inspiring, all very good, and we're looking forward to also in our professional life to be engaged in this EU urban policies. But they constantly ask me, who's really in charge? Who's really in charge of EU urban policy? So, and where's the main focus of EU urban policy? And so they missed this very much. And in fact, I have to admit that this is a problem. And in political science, my background is political science. In political science, we have a nice notion to explain this situation. Fragmentation, it describes parallel fragmentation and integration of policies, and it's a notion that is quite often used by colleagues in EU integration studies. And I think this is exactly what happens in the EU policy as we have it today. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. So policy coherence across levels and policies is at stake, at least from my point of view. And I think the provision that the Leipzig Charter makes, the suggestions the Leipzig Charter makes with regard to this policy coherence are quite good. So that, as you all know, the Leipzig Charter suggests these 5 principles: policy for the common good, integrated approach, participation and co-creation, multi-level governance, the place-based approach, and the 3 dimensions: the green city, just city, and the productive city. So I think that's a very good way to increase policy coherence, because these notions and these dimensions can easily be taken up also in other policies of the European Union and also in other policies of the member states. So I think it's a smart move to define these principles and dimensions. I guess when you're writing such a document as the Leipzig Charter, there's a risk that you refer to many policies and many policy problems that are at stake, like health, digitization, mobility, etc., etc. So there's a risk of addressing too many aspects. And so I think these principles and dimensions are a good way to increase policy coherence. But nevertheless, can we go ahead? Nevertheless, the agenda, the Leipzig Charter, is an agenda, so it's not a perfect multi-level governance system in place. So it relies on many other policy programs and measures. And so I think there are some threats, but also some opportunities to increase policy coherence in European urban policies. And I would just like to focus on 3 aspects that I think are quite relevant for us here. And the first one is the effectiveness of multi-level governance. So multi-level governance, at least in theory, should provide for policy coherence across levels and sectors. And there's also the role of national urban policy and EU urban policies. And my last topic is parsimony and the requisite variety. So I believe that the focus on the essential challenges of cities would help a lot to increase policy coherence in EU urban policy. And I will come back to this on my last slide. So multi-level governance. Can we go to the next slide? So the notion multi-level governance is used quite often in the Leipzig Charter and also many other policy documents in the field of European urban policy, but I think it's not well defined. My background is political science, and I'm referring here to the work of Simona Piattoni. She's a colleague from Italy, and she worked a lot on ERDF policies, cohesion policies in the European Union, and she developed her approach on multi-level governance. And according to her, these are the three main or the most relevant dimensions that we need to think of when speaking about multi-level governance: political mobilization, interactive policy making, and the institutional dimension of the polity aspects. So political mobilization, according to Simona Piatoni, may happen in multi-level governance arrangements, not only inside the classical institutions of political representation, local councils, parliaments, etc., but also outside in civic initiatives, city networks, etc. So these unconventional procedures across boundaries and outside these procedures are relevant here. Then interactive policy making no longer separates neatly between policymakers and policy receivers. So if you think about urban policies, we may think about the relationship between central government and local government. So we are used to have a picture where central government is a policy maker and local government is a policy receiver. So when multi-level governance is in place, this separation does not longer work. But the local governments are really involved also in the policy making process. So and the last dimension, the institutional dimension. So we are living in a time, at least to Piatoni, where the procedures for implementation, but also the procedures for decision making are constantly adapted while making the decision. I think this is very relevant. And I think exactly in the times that we are living in right now, COVID-19 and the pandemic, we experience this every day, that our procedures for decision making and implementation are adapted while implementing policies. And I think this describes also quite well the reality of urban policies. However, can we go to the next slide? So if we use this approach, these three dimensions of Simona Piatoni, to have a look on EU urban policies, at least in my view, we have two different realities, two contrasting realities. The first one is the partnerships, the implementation of the urban agenda, the 14 partnerships. And if you have a look at this, I don't have a complete overview, and I think a complete evaluation of the 14 partnerships does not yet exist, but at least what I've observed in the last year is that political mobilization does work in the partnerships. So local and regional authorities are involved. They not only claim for involvement, but they are involved. They are members of these partnerships. Eurocities, the network of cities, METREX, CEMR, and the Council of the Committee of the Regions is well known. Much has been published on the role of these networks and the voice of cities in this process. Eventually, there is a gap between policy leaders and followers, but this is more an observation I made. It's not really an empirical fact, so we would need to have a closer look at this. With regard to the policy-making dimension, the partnerships for sure is a way of collaborative governance, a way of collaborative policy-making. The cities and the local authorities involved are not the passive beneficiaries, but they are real partners in these partnerships. And these partnerships also cross different levels of policy-making. With regard to the polity dimension, I would have a weaker conclusions also. The institutional representation of cities in EU policy making has not changed much. So we have the Committee of the Regions and we have all these networks, but the real institutional change does not happen. However, I would say with all the changes that we have had, so the Secretariat for the European Urban Initiative would be really a step forward for interactive policy making, for much more continuity in EU urban policies. So this is the first reality. So my conclusion here is that with regard to the partnerships and the implementation of the urban agenda of the European Union, multi-level governance does work. So, but there's a second reality. Can we go to the next slide? But there's a second reality. I mean, the European Commission is responsible for many other policies, and do we really find the urban dimension considered in these policies? And this is a very broad discussion. I just want to focus on two documents that I found when I prepared my speech for today. The one is the annual and regional and local barometer of the Committee of the Regions, and the second is a report of the European Court of Auditors. You can see it in the title. So the main message of this report is quite clear: no substantial improvement is possible without member states' commitment. So it's a report on the implementation of sustainable urban mobility plans in European cities. So, and this second reality of multi-level governance and EU urban policies is, according to my view, much more critical. So the role of cities is much less visible. Can we go to the next slide, please? For example, the report, the regional and local barometer in chapter 2, you find the results of a survey that the Committee of the Regions did, asking cities and local authorities about their involvement in the preparation of the national resilience and recovery plans, and also about the involvement of in the implementation of the goals of the recovery plan and the national resilience plans. And the results are quite mixed, say so. There's a lot of variety. Some national governments actively invited cities in the programming of the national resilience plans, but not all did this, of course, and there's a lot of variety. And the overall conclusion of the Committee of the Region is that the involvement of cities and local authorities was too weak. So it was, in most of the member states, it was a very centralized procedure. So it's not very satisfying from the perspective of the Committee of the Regions. So many member states did fulfill the role of a gatekeeping actor. And with regard to the implementation of SUMPs, of the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plans, the result of the evaluation of the European Court of Auditors is quite similar. Again, the member state governments seem to be a problem, so they are strongly asking for a stronger commitment of the national government, because many cities are interested in sustainable urban mobilities, but they lack instruments and they lack support from national governments. So here in the second reality of multi-level governance and EU urban policies, the issue at stake is that national governments, not all national governments in the European Union, do really support the implementation of EU urban policies. Can we go to the next slide? So, and here I can also refer to a book that I edited together with a colleague from the Milan Polytechnic, Valeria Fedeli. So we asked a range of colleagues to write about national urban policies in their country. We did this because we felt at that moment in time that much has been written on EU urban policies and the urban agenda, but not much has been written on the role of national urban policies, at least in the most recent period. So we asked our colleagues to write about the state of national urban policies in their countries. Unfortunately, we covered only 13 states in this book, so not all member states of the European Union, but the results are still quite telling, I would say. So we found out there's a huge variation in terms of existence of national urban agendas. So not all member states have national urban agendas, and also the goals, if they are in place, these national urban agendas differ a lot, and also the territorial framework. So not all of these national frameworks do refer to cities any longer. So I will come back to this in a minute. There's a huge variation also in terms of continuity. Continuity was an issue in many of the states. So there was a period, depends very much on the national government. So if there's a re-election of the national government, this may have a negative effect on the continuity of national urban policies, and also with regard to the content. Some states see cities as agents of national policy goals, for example, in climate policy. So they see cities and local authorities as an implementation agent of national policy goals. We've also found that in some member states there is a reorientation with regard to the territorial frameworks. So there's no clear urban focus in these national policies, but a broader understanding of places left behind. And this may also be a smaller town or village on the countryside. That's a very interesting movement. So there's no longer a clear focus on the biggest cities in these member states. So we were also quite surprised by the broad repertoire of instruments. So when we started this book, we expected that most colleagues were writing about funding for social housing, for urban regeneration, etc. But we found out that the range of instruments is much broader. So there is contracting, deal making, the politics of city networks. This means that national governments more or less force or invite cities to become members of city networks. And of course, the consideration of EU urban policies varies a lot. So with the southern EU member states giving much more emphasis and having EU urban policy have much more relevance in the southern European states like Portugal, Spain, and Italy. So can we go ahead to the next slide, please? Yeah, so these are my last two slides. Increasing policy coherence, and I think the broad range of topics is an issue here, and I'm referring to this title of a film on the life of work of Bob Dylan that is called Don't Look Back. So Bob Dylan, I guess most of you know them. He's a singer-songwriter and artist who constantly reinvented himself without looking back what he has done in the past. So he can do this, of course, but we as policymakers or policy advisors or researchers, local government scholars, we can't afford to do this. I think for us, at least from time to time, it makes sense to have a look back to the earlier periods of EU policies, and I'm referring here to a document on the report on the urban pilot projects from the mid-1990s, 1996. This is a period that I would consider a rather successful period of EU urban policy. So the late 1990s, the early 2000s with Urban 1 and Urban 2 were a rather successful period, and I think it makes sense for us to have a look back and think about why was this period so successful in terms of EU policies. You can also see that in the table of contents of this document that some of the topics are still the same. So partnership, the organization of partnerships, urban regeneration, the role of medium-sized cities. But my main point here is the variety of topics. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So I think at that period, late 1990s, early 2000s, the agenda of EU urban policy was much more narrow. There was a more clearer focus on urban regeneration, poverty, and the areas most in need. And I think it makes sense to think about this again. We have 14 partnerships now. Eventually, there will be more or less in the future. But what I discovered when I read all these documents again, and here I'm also coming back to my lecture, my students that I gave last year in autumn, and there's a diversity of urban problems, of challenges. Of course, the reality of urban development in the European Union is very diverse, and there's a huge variety. But in order to be more effective, this broad range of topics may produce incoherence. This is at least a risk that I see. So I suggest to at least think about a stronger focus on areas most in need would be more effective, because resources are scarce, policy attention is scarce, and so to increase policy coherence, at least my suggestion here at this moment would be to have a stronger focus on the topics that were at stake already in the early 2000s: urban regeneration, urban rehabilitation, and urban poverty. So this was my last slide. Thank you very much for paying attention to my talk, and I'm pleased to answer questions and react to comments.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Carsten Zimmermann, for this very comprehensive introduction in your keynote, and you raised many interesting aspects, maybe also controversial aspects that has to be discussed, maybe also in a later stage of this conference. We still have the next panel on multi-level governance, maybe some issues we can deepen there, and also the question you raised of frag migration, also in the panel on the future partnerships. I found very interesting your presentation of or your assessment of the different national urban policies. And one question I have in advance, how do you assess now the role and the interconnection between national urban policies with the urban agenda?
Yeah, well, as I said before, it depends very much on the member state that you are referring to. So in Germany, for instance, we have a national urban policy. So it is, I think I would say that it is influenced strongly by the urban agenda. But in other member states, it's much more opportunistic. So the relationship between the national urban policies and the urban agenda is not totally clear in all the cases. And so there's a lot of variation.
Okay, I invite everyone from the audience also to post your questions through Slido in the chat. And I see there's one question coming up. I read it, Carsten. The climate emergency requires a collaborative response. Does the European Green Deal and its various funding streams offer a chance to address this issue of frag migration that you describe?
Ooh, well, that's a broad topic, a broad issue, and yeah, at least I would say, yeah, it offers a chance. So the European Green Deal is a very focused, a very clear agenda for the next years. You know, fighting climate change and adaptation to climate change. The question would be again, policy coherence. So how strongly will sectoral policies, like for example mobility, housing, how strongly will they, you know, take up these goals also on national level and on local level, so to increase policy coherence and increase fragmentation, but enhance integration. Yeah. But the chance is there, certainly. Yeah, I would say yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I was very interested in your reference to the old times of Bob Dylan, looking back, Urban 1 and Urban 2. Unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember the phasing out of Urban 2 programs when I started to work. And I guess also that this development we have made under these programs give a very important basic also for the further development of cohesion policy, also for the Leipzig Charter. So this integrated working, this place-based working, which was already part of this old urban programs, yeah, gives us a very interesting basic also for further development. How do you assess now the interaction of these topics of the 14 partnerships? Do we need more Urban 1 and Urban 2 approaches when we start to continue with the partnerships? That we need a stronger interconnection between the topics as cross-cutting issues?
Yeah, I think so. I really believe that a revival of the principles that we applied when using Urban 1 and Urban 2, you know, very focused measures and very focused partnerships with cities are needed to provide for more effective policies on the local level. The period that was called urban mainstreaming following the Urban 1 and Urban 2 period, I think. And here I'm representing the opinion of quite a broad group of colleagues from the European Urban Research Association that were also authors of the book. We really believe that the period of urban mainstreaming was not that good for what we think would be a good solution for European urban policies. So yeah, I think we need more, or again, more initiatives like Urban 1 and Urban 2. So directly addressing cities and involving them and having a clear and narrow focus on urban regeneration and the areas most in need. Yeah.
Okay, might be a very controversial view, but I have another questions in the Slido chat. The question was, which member state can be identified as implementing strong and effective urban policies in line with the urban agenda and with the new Leipzig Charter? Can you assess one or two examples from national urban policies?
Yeah. So in our book, I think the chapter on Portugal gives very interesting insights into this. So EU urban policy and the Leipzig Charter, well, the Leipzig Charter wasn't in the book. When we published the book, the Leipzig Charter, the new Leipzig Charter was not yet there. But the urban agenda was there and the partnership was there. So in Portugal, EU urban policies have a very strong influence, and also in Spain. But in Spain, the author also talked a lot about the problem of continuity. So different national governments had different ideas of implementing EU policies. But yeah, in Portugal, I would say, yeah, there's a strong influence, but also in Italy.
Okay, thank you very much. There's one more questions in the chat. How do you see the possibility to give some direct funding from the EU to cities, as Urban did in the form of community initiative?
So me personally, well, I would welcome to have this possibility. Yeah, and of course, many local governments for certainly would also welcome to this possibility to get direct funding and to negotiate directly with the European Commission on programs and funding programs. But as I said in my presentation, the gatekeeping role of national governments, of course, is an issue here. And there are also reasons for national governments and central governments to have an eye to control this process. Of course, they also need to guarantee that funding goes in a more balanced way to many different places in a member state. So I can understand that national governments, of course, want to control, or at least want to be involved when funds from the European Commission are distributed. But I like the idea very much that cities, local authorities directly are in contact with the European Commission and to negotiate funding programs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Carsten Zimmermann. I think for the moment, I think these are still very controversial issues. We can probably refer later to it on the panel discussion. I would like to invite everyone to use Slido. We prepared also some question there that we have 230 participants from ministries, from cities, from European institutions, and you can say whom you represent, and then we can have at a later stage an idea how this community is composed that is giving us the audience today. Thank you very much, Carsten Zimmermann, for the moment. You are very welcome to further stay here in our conference and follow also the rest of the conference.
I will.
And thank you very much. I would like to come now to the next speaker. And say just 1 second. We close now this session with Carsten Zimmermann. We come now to our next speaker. Unfortunately, State Secretary Robert Rosak cannot be here. Political issues are very dynamic, and he changed very recently his position. But we are very happy that we have a replacement by the Slovenian State Secretary Metka Gorišek from the Ministry of the Environment and Spatial Planning and the Republic of Slovenia. And I'm very happy that Mrs. Metka Gorišek gives us a first, let's say, sneak preview on the agreement of Ljubljana that will be confirmed next week at the Informal Ministerial meeting, and unfortunately only in the virtual version. And I ask my colleague to start now the video of the State Secretary Metka Gorišek.
Dear State Secretary Boll, dear ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to thank our German colleagues for organizing this conference and for focusing today's discussion on the links between the new Leipzig Charter and future urban agenda of the European Union. During the Trio Presidency, Germany, Portugal and Slovenia, much effort has been made to bring the urban agenda closer to the renewed Leipzig Charter and to promote balanced and good urban development across the EU. I believe the Ljubljana Agreement will also help with that in the future. The Ljubljana Agreement shall be adopted at the informal meeting of EU ministers for urban matters next week on 26th of November. Unfortunately, not in Slovenia in live, but in digital space. The new Leipzig Charter gave us a solid framework of strategic principles for good urban governance in Europe. But the key is always the implementation. I believe all levels of government and different urban actors should work together to achieve these goals. Urban agenda for the EU has supported the multi-level cooperation and trust it will do so also in the future. I would say that main achievement within the urban agenda for the EU cooperation was that cities got the chance, their voice was heard and recognized in the EU policy-making processes. I am glad Slovenian cities and ministries participated in 6 urban agenda thematic partnerships. They had different experiences, but I believe very enriched. All parties involved the urban agenda for the EU multi-level cooperation agreed that thematic partnerships and other actions are a great experience. They have already provided useful results, proposals how to improve regulation, founding and urban knowledge in the EU. And naturally, we agree the urban agenda should be continued. So the aim of the preparation of the Ljubljana Agreement was to make the continuation of this multi-level and multi-stakeholder cooperation possible, even stronger and more impactful. In the intergovernmental cooperation on urban matters while preparing the Ljubljana Agreement, and even before, during the preparation of the implementation document of the new Leipzig Charter under the German presidency, we recognized that Pact of Amsterdam is still a solid and relevant framework for the urban agenda. The Ljubljana Agreement, therefore, reforms it and introduces some new approaches to support and even strengthen the cooperation in the future. In short, the 3 main pillars of the urban agenda for the EU, better regulation, better founding and better knowledge, remain essentially for the future work. The thematic partnerships have proved to be a successful way of working together, so we should use them also in the future. For more flexibility and experimentation, which have always been important qualities of the urban agenda for the EU, other forms of cooperation will be enabled by the Ljubljana Agreement. Some new solutions to make the process of multi-level cooperation more transparent and efficient are included in the multi-annual working program for the period 2022-2026 that is annexed to the agreement. Coming back to the link with the new Leipzig Charter, the connection with the urban agenda for the EU is especially strong in relation to the themes. The Ljubljana Agreement reaffirms the 14 priority themes already discussed by the thematic partnerships and adds 4 new to be explored in the next years. First to be addressed are greening cities and sustainable tourism, followed by food and cities of equality. To explore opportunities of the other themes for the next generation of the urban agenda, they shall be reviewed and focused in the next years. In the new revival, the new Leipzig Charter dimensions and principles will play an important role as it is clearly stated in the agreement. I'm especially pleased that in the Ljubljana Agreement we highlighted how important it is to involve and support smaller cities and the urban agenda for the EU activities. Small and medium-sized cities are typical for Slovenia and also many other European countries. They are important to the quality of life of all European citizens as they provide jobs and access to important services. At the same time, they face similar environmental, social, and development challenges even taught on the smaller territorial scale. To support balanced development and in Europe, we want smaller cities to have more opportunities to get involved in different EU initiatives and processes, and I trust the Ljubljana Agreement can open some doors to them. I would also like to express my hopes that the efforts of our trio to better interlink territorial cohesion and urban matters will bear fruit. I believe connecting territorial agenda 2030, new Leipzig Charter, urban agenda for EU, and cohesion policy can make them all more impactful. They have a lot in common. They all try to contribute to balanced development of the EU and better quality of life of all EU citizens. Exploring and strengthening these linkages is, in my opinion, also one of the important points of the Ljubljana Agreement. I wish different levels will continue to work together and make green, just and productive cities of all size reality. At the end, I would like to thank our trio partners, Germany and Portugal, once again for support and really close cooperation in the preparation of the Ljubljana Agreement on next generation of the urban agenda for EU. I wish all you fruitful debate and good results, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much at this stage also to State Secretary Metka Gorisek. And I express also my great thank you to her from all the audience and the participants of this conference. As Metka Gorisek already explained in her speech, we have many new points in the agreement of Ljubljana, but also some continuity. We have 14 priority thematic partnerships that will stay, but we have also 4 new topics that will raise up and come. We have a much more bigger focus on smaller cities than it was in the agreement or the Pact of Amsterdam, which is also part of the Leipzig Charter, where the focus of smaller city is stronger than before, and also very strong connections to the territorial agenda to the EU. Before we start now for the first panel discussion, and before I hand over the moderation to Mart Grisel, I would like to ask my colleagues to switch in the results of the little poll we provided with Slido. I will ask my colleagues to show the results of the poll. Is it the case? I cannot see it on my screen. Yeah, now it's okay. So we have many participants from today. From those who participated in the poll, we have many representatives of cities among us, some nearly 1/3. 15% of regions, and lots of colleagues from science and research sector, and European association programs also 15%. We have no member states. I know this is not true, but because we have registered many of them, so you're also invited to participate at the Slido discussion as well. For the moment, I will stop here, and I will give now the floor to my co-moderator, Mart Grisel, and you can start now the first panel discussion. I guess we have lots of material from the first input from Carsten Zimmermann, and also lots of material now from State Secretary Mrs. Metka Gorisek. And I'm very happy, Mart, that you are on board, and welcome also to the speakers who participate now in your discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jonas. It's, well, what you said, indeed. We already almost started the panel discussion, I would say. But let me first introduce the participants in our panel discussion. So please, panelists, switch on your video. I'll start with Elisa Vilares, who is the head of division at the Director General for Territory in Portugal. Indeed, we already talked about Portugal and national urban policies. I think we should talk about that too, Elisa. Then we have Marek Teplansky, head of unit at the DG Regio, and DG Regio, officially called DG Regional and Urban Policy. Indeed, welcome, Marek. Nice to see you again. And then we have Anke Kasman-Bösner, who is head of the planning office, and also very relevant in this perspective, she was the coordinator of one of the partnerships, the Partnership on Sustainable Urban Mobility. Good morning, Anke Karman. Nice to see you also. And then we have, and that's very interesting as well, not really a new player, but some, let's say, the voice of the smaller cities, Eva Elender, who is the Vice President of Eurotowns, the Association of Smaller Towns and Cities. And we have a special guest who can also switch on her video, which is Karin van Danzig. Yes, sometimes a double role, but in this case, she will really speak as the Dutch urban envoy. Good morning, Karin. The urban envoy is a new, let's say, function that was created to prepare the Pact of Amsterdam and the which installed the urban agenda for the EU. So with her representing this institutional role, Karin is really very well placed to look back a bit on what has been achieved since the adoption of the Pact of Amsterdam, and also to talk about, let's say, what needs to be done for the next generation of the urban agenda, which will be installed as part of the Ljubljana Agreement. So indeed, what we're going to do today is to talk about governance issues. I mean, the title of this panel discussion is the continuing the urban agenda for the EU in light of the new Leipzig Charter. Well, that's a big title. And we already talked about some of the aspects of multi-level governance, which is one of the fundamental principles. It was already one of the fundamental principles of the original Leipzig Charter. It has been renewed, restated, as was also said by the German State Secretary, Ms. Wohle. So what we're going to do is to have 3 rounds of discussion talking about different aspects of multi-level governance. First, we're going to have a 15-minute discussion with all the participants on multi-level governance in relation to the urban agenda for the EU. As we all know, the urban agenda is seen by many as an innovation in multi-level governance. Professor Zimmermann already spoke about that as well. It's also stated in different publications from the European Commission, the assessment that was conducted also as initiated by the European Commission. And then we're going to have a second round of debates on the new Leipzig Charter and the urban agenda for the EU, which will install some, let's say, some innovations, also some changes in the urban agenda for the EU to prepare for the next generation of the urban agenda for the EU partnerships. And then we're going to talk in the third round of discussion on the implementation of the new Leipzig Charter. So here we're going to try to be a bit more pragmatical and practice-oriented. All in all, we have 1 full hour for our discussion, but with the 3 rounds and inspiring panelists, I'm sure that it will be difficult to fill that time gap. I would like to invite all the participants also to suggest questions for Slido. I already saw one which will be taken up also during our panel discussion, but feel free to suggest any further questions. We already mentioned that there are a few, well, some might say elephants in the room, but there are a few big issues that Professor Zimmermann already mentioned. And actually, originally, I wanted to start with a different question, but let's now improvise a bit because of Professor Zimmermann's intervention. I would like to start with you, Isa Vilares. Portugal, you were mentioned already by Professor Zimmermann talking about national urban policies. Now, the new Leipzig Charter very clearly also affirms the importance of national urban policies, and in his speech he actually mentioned Portugal as one of the examples. Now, perhaps you know that the EOKM. Do you hear me now? Okay, I didn't change everything. Okay, must be my Bluetooth headset. Okay, I'll start my sentence again. About the importance of national urban policies, which was stated very clearly in the new Leipzig Charter. Actually, we've already in the past there have been a few conferences, meetings organized also on the importance of national urban policies. I remember that we, as the EOKM, organized a whole week of national urban policies in relation to the new Leipzig Charter. But perhaps it's good also in this perspective, Elisa, to talk a bit about how you see, as a representative of the national level, the importance of national urban policies in relation to also the implementation of the urban agenda. So what actually, in that perspective, is the added value of having a national urban policy in place when it comes to urban development? I would like to ask all the panelists to be relatively brief in their answers, because I have many questions which I would like to answer. But please be to the point so that we can really have a discussion also among ourselves, because I would really like to have to see this debate as a dynamic debate where everyone can intervene. Let's start with you, Elisa. So, in relatively short, how would you briefly describe indeed the importance of national urban policies, also looking at your experiences in Portugal in implementing urban policies, and then a bit more specifically also in relation to the urban agenda for the EU?
Thank you very much, first off, for the invitation, and good morning from sunny Lisbon. I should say that the national urban policy is more about the implementation of the new Leipzig Charter. I was just at the beginning of this week at a national conference here that we held on one of our key initiatives in national urban policy, the Circular Cities Initiative, and I started one of this challenge. The first challenge was recollecting what Professor Zimmerman mentioned: policy coherence. We are faced with severe challenges when it comes to transition, where cities will play a major role. So to have a national urban policy, a major framework for all the actors, not just the local actors, but the sectorial actors, to coalesce and to comprehend what are the key challenges and the main concepts which are common to us all, is one of the key challenges and one of the key purposes in national urban policy. It is always embedded in a multi-level context. Doing national urban policy, it's always embedded in this multi-level. We're not just dealing with different actors from local, regional levels, but also from sectorial levels. So having a national urban policy and a comprehensive framework for all these myriad of different actors, each with their own sectorial perspectives or specific perspectives, it is the added value, and it needs to come also not just with this framework, but also, and this is one of the great lessons from the urban agenda, of course, it needs to come with these platforms for multi-level engagement. It is not just a one-off document. It is how we engage systematically the sectors and the different levels into the purpose and the objectives of sustainable and inclusive urban development. And I'll keep at this point now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Now, I said we need to improvise a bit, because actually I was looking, when I was preparing this panel discussion, I read the title of the speech of the State Secretary for Slovenia, which was interesting, and I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it didn't really come back in the speech itself, but it is an interesting topic, and I would like to continue on that. The original title was "A Strong European Urban Agenda for the Future." Now, this is, of course, this is part of a big debate, and I remember it was part also of the discussions in preparing the Pact of Amsterdam. I would like to ask this question to you, Marek Teplansky. There has been there was quite a big political discussion, I remember, at the time, and it might continue. And the fact that this was also the original title of the State Secretary's speech, to ask for a strong European urban agenda. Now, in the end, the decision was made not to call it a European urban agenda, but an urban agenda for the EU, which is slightly different. I would like to touch upon this topic, Marek, with you to see, I mean, would it be very useful to really have a European urban agenda? I know there are different people who are in favor of that. Also, I'm also referring to the urban intergroup, which sometimes said, indeed, we need a European urban agenda instead of an urban agenda for the EU. So also referring to the slightly critical remarks of Professor Zimmermann about mainstreaming and the need for, let's say, the need for the stronger urban policy at the European level. What is your assessment on, let's say, the role of the European Commission and the necessity for a really truly European urban agenda? After all, you could say urban issues are so important. It does affect, it's not only limited to the national level, it is absolutely also, we need more coordination at the European level to adjust policy. So how do you see that discussion in relation to the, let's say, the next generation of the urban agenda for you, and in relation also to the issue of national governments in dealing with urban issues?
Right. Thanks a lot for having me, and a very indeed intriguing question. I must say I was not there when the first discussions were taking place, so I don't have the package, the historical background on this discussion. But I think one thing is clear, and Professor Zimmermann he made it also the case in his presentations. I think that what is important is to put together different actors who have different capacities, responsibilities, abilities, and tools, and gather them around a common project. And I think that perhaps if we are going, in the play of words, whether it should be urban agenda for the EU or EU urban agenda, I think that it could, to a certain extent, take away attention from the core of the issue. And the core of the issue is that we need different levels to actively working together, look for solutions, and move forward with addressing the transition imperatives, as Elisa was mentioning. So I think that perhaps the focus is indeed on how to activate within the abilities, capacities, responsibilities, actors, so that we pull in the same direction. And I would say that the urban agenda gave quite tangible demonstration of that, what we can achieve when we are working together. Obviously, there are room for improvements and so on. We can discuss that later. But I think that that's quite clear that there is no a single level or single bullet on who can actually address and master the issues. We need all levels. We need member states, we need the cities, we need citizens, and we need also the European level within their responsibilities.
Yeah, we need all levels, definitely, but would we also need, let's say, a stronger European coordination in urban issues? I mean, the big issue, of course, is that urban issues is not a competence of the EU. I mean, that's always, let's say, that's the legal framework, and that's why this topic is, of course, so politically sensitive indeed. But would it make sense to have a stronger European policy also when it comes to a stronger European urban policy as such?
Well, Mark, maybe that would be for my colleagues how they would welcome it, those who represent the member states, whether this would be something desirable. But I would say one thing, that as concerns the urban dimension or the engagement at the local level, I think that at the level of the Commission policies or activities of a different Directorate General, I'm not necessarily my Directorate General, we can get back to it a bit later when speaking about the cohesion policy. There is a quite broad engagement and interaction with the member states, with the cities, with the local authorities, within the compartments departments they are responsible for. And I go back to the slide of Professor Zimmermann in the beginning, when he showed a few of them, which were, well, pretty much falling within the cohesion policy world. And I could explain those, but I think that the picture is much more complex than that. there is a Commission department. They have indeed the strands of work which are relating directly to the local level stakeholders, because it's clear that there is, for a number of policies, the responsibilities and the action which needs to take place is taken at the local level. And it's the level which is the closest to the citizens. So I would say that there is a lot happening on that department, and I think that the Leipzig Charter, where we were also, or we are also the party of discussions and deliberations, shows that what is important is that we have a common narrative which make us work together.
Well, let's then indeed move to the local level. We have two organizations here. Well, no, we have one city and one organization of city, I should say. I should put it that way. But your experience, Anke Karman, is of course very interesting because after all, you represent one of the cities, being also a coordinator of having been a coordinator of a partnership. Well, the whole idea of the urban agenda was to give cities also a stronger place. As we said many times, cities are now at the table with the other, let's say, key players at European level, member states. That's not entirely new, but also the Commission. So if I would ask you to reflect back a bit on your experiences, and then from a, let's say, from a multi-level governance perspective, what did it bring the city of Karlsruhe to be a co-coordinator of a partnership? I mean, and in that sense, did it really help you to have, let's say, a more, let's say, a more impact at the political level to be in the position of a, well, first of all, of course, a partner in a partnership, but even as a coordinator, you had a special place. So what actually did the experience of the Urban Mobility Partnership bring you in terms of political empowerment of the city of Karlsruhe?
Yeah, Mark, thank you very much. And I'm really happy to be here and to speak about a little bit about our experience in the 3 years when we set up the different actions for the mobility. I would like to come back just to point out again the mission of the urban agenda, and perhaps to focus also. I will answer on your question, but to start just to compare a little bit the new Leipzig Charter and the EU, the urban agenda process, because we are always speaking to link them and how we can get the goals on the road. The mission for the EU agenda, and why we really liked a lot to work on it, was to focus on these 3 pillars of better regulation, better funding, and better knowledge, and to give the city a voice. This was really the big reason for us to engage in this process. And I think this is the big difference to the new Leipzig Charter. For us, the new Leipzig Charter, and we are really very happy to have this, and with these specific issues, green cities, just cities, and productive cities, is a strategic document, and it's very important to implement it in the national policies. This is one point. But on the other side, the EU agenda is for us to implement the voice of the cities in a continuous process that is continuous, followed through all the time, I would say, because when we decided which actions we could describe, or on which actions we could put the package, it were really the actions and the themes which were at this moment the most important for us. We started with 40 actions, and then we came back to 9 actions, and in 4 clusters. And it's really the moment, at this moment, the most important issues in the theme of mobility concerning better regulation, better funding, and better knowledge. And there you see that it is really a continuous process and not a strategic document. This I would like really to point out, because I think the discussion went in another way in all the other presentations. So I see these 3 process in parallel. Both have for for goal to implement the quality of life and to adapt all the sustainable goals. So this is my first intervention to this, and I think for me it's really important to go on in these issues, and now it's our goal to bring them on road and really to implement them in the different issues, and which we pointed out, for example, in the issues of mobility, it's the governance and planning, and there reflects the reinforcing of multi-level cooperation and governance is one of the main issues. And I think it's really a cross-cutting issue, the multi-level governance and the multi-level cooperation, because not climate change, not mobility will stop at the borders of the territories. So this is the first answer. Is it okay, or you want to point out other aspects, Mark? Sorry.
Well, I have to be a bit more specific about the how the. Of course, you said you're focusing on the different actions. That's absolutely crucial, of course. But the fact that you are in direct contact now with, as a city of, in your case, Karlsruhe, the fact that you have direct dialogue with European Commission, different DGs within the European Commission, working in your partnership. The same also with working with other cities and other European programs and initiatives. I mean, how did it enable you as a city of Karlsruhe, in this case, also to, well, I mean, to improve your own local policies in that sense?
Yeah, okay, our mayor, Lord Mayor, he's president of one of the most important organizations, which represents the cities and the regions in Europe. We took the stock also. I mean, my mayor, he took the stock also to engage in these initiatives. And what we really learned, how important is Eurocities as a stakeholder to represent all cities, because even if we have got a lot of experience in this process, we as a single city can't intervene really to modify funding or financial issues. So we can give an idea, but it needs a more important institution to really to change things.
Yeah, interesting. You mentioned Eurocities, indeed, well-known organization of larger towns and cities, and with that, indeed, Eva, Ellen, I would like to come to you because
I can't hear. I can't hear you. I'm very sorry. The connection is. Could you just repeat what you said?
Yes, you hear me now correctly, I hope.
A bit better. Yeah.
Okay. I think my headset is playing games with me, but okay, let me rephrase. You said you referred to Eurocities, the larger, the well-known organization of larger towns and cities in Europe. But we also have, indeed, and with that, I would like to come to Eva Ellender, who is representing Eurotowns, the Association of Smaller Towns and Cities. Now, the new Leipzig Charter, and again, I mean, also the Ljubljana Agreement, are very clearly also reaffirming the importance of small and medium-sized cities in Europe. That was already part of the Riga Declaration, and it was reaffirmed in the new Leipzig Charter, of course, and again, even more strongly, perhaps, in the new Ljubljana Agreement. In the Pact of Amsterdam itself, the importance of small and medium-sized cities was seen as a cross-cutting issue. I would like to ask you, Ms. Ellender, to what extent also the smaller towns and cities benefited from the urban agenda for the EU, and if you think that they are, let's say, enough capacitated, or if they have even the capacities to fully engage within the urban agenda for the EU, being a smaller city with, let's say, less resources and perhaps even less knowledge to some extent. So please elaborate a bit on the importance or the role of these smaller towns and cities in relation to the urban agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. I would just like to firstly thank the organizers very much for the invitation for us in Eurotowns, and especially thanks to Karen van Danzig, Robert van Lothrik and Tilman Buchholz and our Slovenian colleagues for their huge support in including Eurotowns in the Ljubljana agreement. So of course, Eurotowns welcome the focus on the growing importance of small and medium-sized cities in European multi-level governance, as you said. It was recognized and addressed this topic in the Leipzig Charter, but of course we are delighted that the Ljubljana Agreement addresses this topic even more with a separate chapter on small and medium-sized cities. As you mentioned, the contribution can be, of course, there are examples. We had, for example, our Eurotowns member city of Haarlem. They was the coordinator of the partnership on innovative and responsible public procurement. And we also had a member city of Roeselare being one of the coordinators of the partnership of energy transition. So we have very active member cities, and that this shows that, of course, a small or medium-sized city can be able to take an active part in such a partnership. But I think we will also further on in this discussion come on to what needs to change in order for more cities to be able to take part. Often, of course, small and medium-sized cities share the challenges that the largest cities face, but the local authorities often tend to be closer to their citizens and therefore maybe be more able to lead the change in a more concrete way. And that's a strength that other included bodies in multi-level governance can draw on if handled correctly. But as you mentioned also, Martin, there, of course, there can be a big lack of capacities, resources, and final instruments. There is also cooperation. Also, that's also the key for small and medium-sized cities to have a well-balanced interplay between the included institutions in this kind of partnership, as well as in other projects where we are included. We need to know what are the strengths, but also where are the weaknesses. And cooperation and interplay is the key, I would say.
Yeah, well, let's pass on the question then to Marek Teplonsky from the European Commission. How will the European Commission provide additional support to small and medium-sized cities having less capacities, less resources, and indeed in some cases also less knowledge about European possibilities in the, let's say, in the next generation of the urban agenda for the EU? Marek, please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Matt. Obviously, we will be providing the support for the urban agenda for the EU. We have envisaged to build on the experiences and the track record on the support we have provided so far, and we see also as a matter of a design, particularly of work streams which will be delivering this support under the European Urban Initiative. Possibilities for the participation of the small and medium-sized cities on the information, on the knowledge, on the learnings which is being provided through the workings of a different instruments, be it in the cohesion policy or outside, but also from the learnings which will be coming from the future partnerships and the current partnerships as well, which will be fully integrated in that exercise. So there will be a particularly we'll have a reflection on how actually the small and medium-sized cities could then participate in a better way. But I would say that this is again, as it is a joint undertaking. I mean, it's not necessarily only the Commission's call on how exactly to enhance participation or benefiting the small and medium-sized cities from our future work. as we will be progressing with the implementation and delivery on the new generation of partnerships on the urban agenda for the EU.
And when do you think this European Urban Initiative will be, let's say, effective? It was already mentioned, I remember, but it's not yet implemented, is it?
We had published an open call for the interested entity who will be managing the initiative for us, which we had completed, and we are currently negotiating with the future interested potential or candidate future interested entity, and we hope to have let's say the operational framework, the agreements in place for mid next year. So as of mid next year, we should be up and running with the initiative.
Okay, that's good to know. I see that Uncle Carmen would like to ask a question. Is that correct? Please.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that these national points of support are really important and becomes more important after the Corona situation, because the human resources in the cities, and in this case Karlsruhe is perhaps with 300,000 inhabitants also a smaller big city, and the financial situation becomes so dramatic that we really need a support and a very easily access to the information and to get our voice heard. Thank you.
Okay, message I think well understood. All right, let's move to the second round of our debate, and I would like to focus now a bit more on the new Leipzig Charter as a political framework for the urban agenda for the EU. I remember when the first discussions took place around the original urban agenda for the EU, the question was, would we need a strategic vision? I mean, I remember I was working at the time also with the Dutch Ministry of the Interior, which let's say initiated the urban agenda for the EU. And the idea at that time was not that we did not really need a strategic or a vision kind of framework. There was the Cities of the Tomorrow report already from the which was commissioned by the European Commission, and well, we sort of knew more or less what the big issues were. This is part of the very, let's say, pragmatic Dutch approach in a way, which I think also was one of the reasons why we have an urban agenda for the EU. But now we have had the German presidency, or the Trio Presidency, perhaps I should say, to include also Elisa and the Slovenian presidencies, which now have this new Leipzig Charter, which is a more strategic political framework. And actually, we see already the beginnings of how this is going to work in practice with the 3 cities. And the next panel discussion will elaborate further on the just, the green, and the productive city and the importance of digitalization. But I would like to take this question now, or this issue now, from a, let's say, a more strategic point of view. What actually is, also in your experiences, I would like to ask questions first to Elisa and then also to Marek and to the cities. What, in your opinion, is the added value of having such a strategic framework in place, also in relation to the urban agenda? Because indeed, the new Leipzig Charter positions the urban agenda for the EU as, let's say, the most promising way to implement the principles of the urban agenda and to focus on the issues identified in this new Leipzig Charter. So indeed, in that sense, I mean, what will the new Leipzig Charter bring in terms of political focus and priorities, dealing with the concrete issues that need to be taken up by the urban agenda for the EU? Let's start with you, Elisa.
Well, first, let me, besides the focus, let me say something about my favorite things of the new Leipzig Charter. And it's about these key messages of the transformative power of cities for the common good, and the principles lying in. The transformative powers of cities, meaning this human-centric and human-driven transition and adaptation. This is absolutely key. And also for the common good in the way that it connects both the global challenge with a local approach. This is, to me, the key message of the new Leipzig Charter, and one that should inspire us all. I really like what Anke mentioned, because I'm really in tune with this perspective that the new Leipzig Charter is the strategic document. The urban agenda for the EU is instrumental in achieving it. I would say that the new Leipzig Charter in this brings in the meat. It's a very Portuguese expression, I'm sorry, but it's the compass that provides this policy coherence I was mentioning before. It's the compass for the urban agenda for the EU. It's the compass for our national urban policy. It's the compass for when we go and speak to sectorial policies. We have a clear strategic framework that, again, really focus on has clear set of principles, which is very, very important, clear set of principles that can be comprehended by all, and that are absolutely important, not just the multi-level governance, but the place-based approach. And so we have this power tool, should I say, to engage other relevant actors at European level, at national, at local. I have to say that this current environment, a lot of initiatives also that they are done at the EU level, and I'm mentioning, for instance, the new European Bauhaus, also the missions of Horizon. All of these are very, very interesting times, where the new Leipzig Charter does come as this compass for us all. Yeah. This was what I like to say for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Elisa. Let's go now to the Commission with you, Marek. The fact that we have these, let's say, these dimensions of the cities in the new Leipzig Charter. How can the European Commission, with its different programs and projects and funding possibilities and setting research priorities also indeed for Horizon Europe projects, for instance, how can it use these priorities that are set in the new Leipzig Charter, let's say, to make sure that indeed this document, this political document adopted by the ministers last November, is actually will become a living document that will provide this kind of guidance and be a compass for the near future. So indeed, how would you as the Commission take on board these principles of the Leipzig Charter, these priorities, to further enable also, let's say, the deployment of the priorities, and to make sure that they will be implemented and will be concretized also in, let's say, follow-up actions?
Right. I would say that indeed, this is an important kind of framework which allows us to have a common reading on challenges and imperatives of change which we are looking for in the context of the sustainable urban development. But I would say also that it's a two-way road. It's not necessarily that, well, we would have a definition of ambition at the level of the Leipzig Charter, which would then need to be automatically translated into the other policies or actions which are taking place in the at the European level. I would say that, well, simply because we were working together, and we are actually all together stakeholders at the different levels, were at the table when the Leipzig Charter was prepared and reviewed. There were broad consultations. It inevitably includes all the dimensions of nowadays challenges. I don't think that we would find a different reading on the challenges which are included at the Leipzig Charter or the ambitions at the Leipzig Charter in any of the governance levels, be it at the EU or the national ones, simply because we were working together and we are working in one environment which is affected in a similar way. So that's perhaps the first point. And the second, indeed, it's a good perhaps also as a living a reminder of the need of working together or continue working together, not only at the design or at the stage of the design or preparation of the charter as such, but then perhaps more importantly, also on the delivery, hence strengthening the multi-level dimension of action which will be needed to deliver on the Leipzig Charter. When you see, and only for a few of them, a number of initiatives at the level of a commission, they are aligned simply with the Leipzig Charter on the level of a strategic orientation. The whole dimension of the Green Deal. I can mention on the cohesion policy side the support which is going to go to sustainable urban development, which is aligned with the principles of the Leipzig Charter, with the thematic concentrations which are aligned with the themes as we see in the Leipzig Charter, are only one of the few examples. There are many more on the work on the cities mission. For example, for Horizon Europe, the involvement and engagement with the stakeholders at the beyond the national level in the design of the mission of Horizon Europe is well could be well demonstrated as another example of actually an initiative which is contributing to the Leipzig Charter and the principles which entails.
And does it mean that we could expect indeed also, let's say, new initiatives from the Commission focusing on these dimensions of the cities or the themes mentioned, also let's say the political priorities mentioned in the new Leipzig Charter in the near future?
Right, as I said, these were parallel processes. I mean, as the multi-annual financial framework was in preparation, the main orientations were set there. The review of the Leipzig Charter was ongoing, and I would say that the initiatives which are being prepared, and we were referring to a number of them on our intergovernmental meetings, in the context of the urban agenda, but also in the context of the territorial agenda, are contributing by definition to the Leipzig Charter imperatives as they are outlined. Now, whether there will be a new initiatives, I think that's something to remain to be seen, because we are well going into the implementation of initiatives which were designed at the time when the multi-annual financial framework was put in place. And I put here cohesion policy as such, where we are entering the final phase of the programming, which is an important amount of funding, which is going to go into sustainable urban development under the cohesion policy programs, but also others. There was a reference to resilience and recovery plans. These were designed. There is a clear course of action which needs to be taken in order to deliver on those. So I think that the focus will be for the moment, or at this point of time, on the delivery.
Yeah, that will be the topic of our third round, indeed, the concrete delivery of all that. Thank you. It's really interesting to see, indeed, how, in this case, I mean, this multi-level governance is actually, well, working as a mechanism in action. It's very interesting to see how Commission, member states, and cities are actually concretely working together, and how this framework actually enables also these different political possibilities or different political policy instruments to be implemented. That in itself is a very interesting development. Now, Anke Karman, you have been working, let's say, within the urban agenda, both, let's say, under the Pact of Amsterdam, and I don't know exactly if you intend to continue with your urban mobility partnership on one way or the other, but I would like to ask you, to what extent does the fact that we now have this new Leipzig Charter as a framework, to what extent does it make a difference for you as a partnership? I mean, to what extent does it help you also to, let's say, to set your political priorities? Could you please elaborate a bit on that?
Yes, I would like to. I would try to explain. Yes, I think I come back that really this new Leipzig Charter is our compass. I liked a lot this word. Thank you very much. And as a strategic document, and I think for all our documents and developments, we have a very, very good argumentation, and we have a very good basic to report to these aspects. I think that helps a lot, and I think we are quite working a lot on it in Germany. Perhaps the experience we did that not all member states are really so keen on these aspects of development to bring them on road. So active mobility, for example, is walking and cycling is one of the most important issues in my city. So I think we have a very, very good background with the experiences and the experiences in the urban agenda, urban mobility, and now also with the new Leipzig Charter. This helps us a lot, but also the political situation in our city. We have more than 30% green members in the in the council, and so they push us. They are the motto to that we can set all these goals on road. That's for sure. I think there are always different aspects which play in this context. But to have these documents which are European-wide agreed is a big issue.
And for instance, if we look at these dimensions of the cities, does it also help you at the local level to, let's say, what you said yourself, I mean, to work as a compass also for local development policies?
I think the Leipzig Charter, yes, and the EU the urban agenda, I see as a process, and we have to go on. If there are new fundings to modify the issues, for example, we should adapt them, yeah. And we should have a look if it's really put on road our initiatives to get more money for active mobilities, for example. This is one of the most important issues at the moment, I think, for all member states.
Okay, wonderful. How does it work for your city, Eva Ellender? I mean, the fact that indeed these dimensions of the cities were mentioned, and that this emphasis was also put on the issue of digitalization. Would it help also smaller towns and cities, or even more specifically your own city of Kefle, to, let's say, to further implement your local policies?
Yeah, I would hope so. I really like this expression where we call the new Leipzig Charter a compass, because it is the compass that provides and the principles guide us towards the common challenges that we share in a sustainable urban development. And of course, in my city, we also need, in order to make a large-scale urban development projects happen, we have multi-level governance. It plays a crucial role. And this kind of strategical framework can, of course, help keep everyone on track. As we know, the global challenges of today, they are complex and they require multi-level response. Climate change, of course, as you said, digital transition, the current pandemic, I don't think we even need to mention it, but they're just a few. And many cities, they are leading the process of change and pursuing the principles for just, green and productive cities. The new Leipzig Charter really rightly emphasizes the transformative power of cities for the common good. So It is a key policy framework document for sustainable urban development, and hopefully it can help in further strengthening the next generation in the Urban Agenda Partnership and keep all stakeholders on track. We also used SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, in many of our planning processes just to keep us on track. And you know, as medium-sized cities, let me just stress that it represents a significant part of the EU inhabitants and are an important partner when it comes to development the EU urban agenda throughout Europe. So cities with less than 250,000 inhabitants account for around 30% of city residents in Europe, and our towns are often in the forefront of battling our common global challenges. So in my city, there has been, for example, examples of where we are transforming an industrial district to one of, we aim to be, hopefully, be able to be one of the most sustainable districts in Europe. And that includes a big machinery, of course, of planning and constructing a new urban living area, as well as a whole new industrial area that is planned sustainable in the right way from the beginning, and making a big puzzle on the infrastructure. And there we have to cooperate with regional, national, international stakeholders. So this kind of strategical frameworks as the new Leipzig Charter can really help keep everyone on track, I hope, as a compass.
Okay, well, let's keep that indeed as a metaphor also for the new Leipzig Charter. That's wonderful. Now, the Leipzig Charter is not only a strategic framework; it also introduces some, let's say, some new working methods, even other forms of delivery. Indeed, so there's also, I mean, it opens up the possibility for other forms of partnerships, shorter-term partnerships, for instance. We mentioned briefly the whole pandemic, of course, but that could have been an example, for instance, of a sort of a short-track partnerships where indeed different stakeholders could work together. Now, Elisa Villares, I would like to ask you the next question. Actually, how do you see these other forms of delivery? I mean, within the Portuguese presidency, you were in between the new Leipzig Charter and the Ljubljana Agreement, and you played a very important role in preparing actually the Ljubljana Agreement. I know that you organized quite a few sessions with different stakeholders to talk about these different delivery modes. What can you tell us about the, let's say, the possibilities for other forms of other working mechanisms under the, let's say, the larger strategic umbrella of the new urban, of the Leipzig Charter, but in relation to the urban agenda for the EU? I mean, let's say, renovations, innovations of the current setup of the partnerships as established by the Pact of Amsterdam.
Thank you. You know, all the actors involved in the urban agenda for the EU, they really value the multi-level partnership as the main instrument of delivery of the urban agenda, and it has been quite successful, and I think it will still be the main instrument in the urban agenda for the EU. I think there are some, when it comes to other forms of cooperation, we need to be open for the creativity of both cities and member states that can bring some ideas on it. One key topic, and I think, and I would really like to, we are on our third round, to mention this, because there has been a mention of small and medium-sized cities. I think that besides valuing, you know, we must value our quite specific urban polycentric system within Europe. It is quite, it is our heritage, and it is one of the main features of territorial features of European space that put us, should I say, ahead when it comes to transitions. I think we are more equipped by our polycentric urban system to deal with these transitions. But also when it comes to territorial cohesion, and to this, I would say that it's not just about the size of the cities; it's about their role in delivering this territorial cohesion. And to me, this is quite a poignant matter, because Portugal does have a very asymmetric occupation of territory. Two very dense metropolitan areas and very small cities, which are absolutely critical in delivering this territorial cohesion. And this is what I would like to see more that we explore. It's not just to bring the quota of small and medium-sized cities. We have some challenges, some were mentioned, the climate changes, it's of course, and digital transition, of course, but we have also the demographic challenge to face. And this is something that could be, we could explore forms of cooperation to deal and discuss on this. Another issue of possible open cooperation has to do with the other level of embeddedness on national urban policies. So how can we actually foster within the urban agenda for the EU more discussions or articulations between these partnerships, outputs, and our own urban policies. But the main idea, I would say, the urban agenda for the EU is a creative process. It's an open process, and so in the future, let us see if this human creativity gives us other forms of cooperation that we are not thinking yet now. Thank you.
I see that Anke Karman is nodding. Indeed, it means that you agree with that, Anke. I would like to ask you also, I mean, do these challenges identified in the new Leipzig Charter reflect also the challenges of your own city, of Karlsruhe? And with that, I also mean to say, are the themes that are now identified in the urban agenda, and we know that we have the 14 themes set up, and to which another 4 will be added. Of course, in the next panel, we'll discuss that in further detail. But are these the current themes that are also, let's say, the main challenges that you as a city are let's say, struggling with or trying to find solutions for? Or would you also see that, I mean, other themes that should be added to the urban agenda in that perspective?
No, thank you very much. No, it's really in process. Yes. So as you just mentioned, it's a process which we are going through, and it's so concerning the different issues. Well, we have different priorities. I think it depends to every city which priorities are the most important. For us, for example, it's the mobility issue, which is very, very important, and the social aspects also. But and the green aspects, the climate adaptation aspect. So I see really, I find all aspects in the new Leipzig agenda. Some are really pointed out, and the others are the cross issues. So it's we discussed the Leipzig agenda quite a long time, and as you mentioned also, it was a broad process to set up these set pages. And it's actually these are really exactly the issues we are working on in our cities, just with perhaps different priorities.
Okay, it is a broad process indeed, and
yeah,
we have Karen van Danzig here on board, and who has been silently listening, currently listening all the time. I would really like now to give her the floor to reflect a bit also on the experiences of the urban agenda since the installment of the Pact of Amsterdam, and how we need to bring this process, this creative joint process where indeed all the different governmental levels are involved, how to bring it further and how to prioritize also on the impact of the urban agenda for the EU, looking into better regulation, better funding, and better knowledge. So with that, Karen, before I will close the panel, I would like to give you the floor in your special capacity of being the urban envoy, let's say the institute in a way that, well, that inspired the urban agenda to a large extent, of course, with all the engagement and commitment and support of all the other actors. But still, I mean, you are in a special position to look back, and also, I hope, to look forward. So with that, I would like to give you a bit of the floor.
Thank you. Well, first, I'd like to thank the panelists. I mean, I listened very carefully, and I hope I can reflect on what was said. But I also will give a little bit of my own well, coloring to this discussion. So thank you for the thoughts and the insights on the Leipzig Charter, the importance actually of multi-level governance. I think that came up a lot in this session, and the contribution of the urban agenda. And also thank you for the opportunity for me as urban envoy to reflect and also to look back a little. If I look at the reflection of the panel, I think I'm now actually in a room of believers, a digital room of believers. But I think it's still good to start off with why the urban agenda started, why I think also the new Leipzig Charter came around. And that's because the urban policy, but also cities and their input, and also the seat at the table in Europe, in Brussels, as Ms. Kardelman explained, is so important, because urban areas cover 20% of land, but they accommodate at least 75% of people, of population. And also they generate about 80% of economic growth. So in these cities, everything comes together: regulations, policies, people, citizens, ideas, visions. And cities' success, or the resilience actually, in facing challenges such as, a lot were mentioned, affordable housing was mentioned, but I would like to mention it. Affordable housing, climate adaptation, and also the COVID pandemic, and a safe, green, and accessible environment. The way that cities face these challenges have a great impact on the performance of the EU as a whole. And the nature, as was explained, of today's developments ask for or demand actually an approach that crosses disciplinary and governmental boundaries. And the Leipzig Charter in this recognizes this. It outlines the urban principles and highlights the roles of the cities. And well, I think the word digital has not been mentioned, but a digital and green transition is something that needs to be done. And the Charter offers a right approach on this, one that's integrated, place-based, and also the importance of multi-level cooperation and responsibility. But I would now make the step to the practice part. I mean, the Charter will only achieve its full potential if it is put into practice. And I think that was also what this panel was looking for, the link between the vision, the compass, the principles, and the practice. And multi-level governance in this practice means local and national governments work on an equal footing with EU organizations and other stakeholders. And as Professor Zimmerman said, it's a mixed experience. I agree. I also see this, but I also see an increase within the EU of this multi-level governance principle, of this cooperation, co-creation principle. You see it in the Green Deal, you see it in Horizon, as was mentioned. And the urban agenda is one of the instruments to implement and push the Charter further. If I look back at the 5 years of the urban agenda, of which I've only been part 2 years, sadly, mainly 2 digital years, but okay. The urban agenda is a European long-term project. It's not something for the short term. It's something that it will have its effect if we do it a little bit longer. And the Netherlands, it's also experimental. The Netherlands was very happy to launch this in May 2016. And when I speak of the urban agenda, I often use the words journey of an urban family, or the words of a journey, but also of the urban family. And imagine a journey, first very carefully, experimentally, later more boldly and confidently, with a very expanding community. And this family has grown, reproduced, and celebrated its achievements. And maybe we should celebrate them even more. And at this moment, I think we're at a crossroads to start a new leg of this journey. And with this, actually, I would like to emphasize the importance of this urban family, this multi-level cooperation we have been working on, and also the intention to leave no one behind. But the impact will only be if there's practice on the ground. You know, if the citizens of Europe see that something is happening. And with this, I think the partnerships are very important. And it's also the main reason I think that the urban agenda is seen as a innovative success. I think also Ms. Karelman explained this. And we have actually built 14 thematic multi-level communities. And they were I think there were more than 200 parties involved. And I know sometimes one party might have been involved in a partnership, but behind this one party, there was another 100, you know, so it's a very big community. And there were 14 themes, and now probably, or at least very soon, we'll have 20. They were often called the urban SDGs also. And I also think that these themes deserve a new look, a revision in the near future. But these partnerships have developed and they've shared knowledge, data, tools. They have delivered 139 actions, very practical recommendations from experiences on the ground. And this is relevant for the coming period. And that's why, I think with the Better Regulation Initiative, we also identified certain recommendations that could be put forward, you know, that, you know, in the future would also be effective. And therefore, I would like to ask your attention for the implementation of the actions still, and we're very much looking in the future. But let's not forget, you know, the implementation of the actions, the support, the visibility, and the broadening of the outreach of these partnerships. That we should continue this, you know, that this is a legacy which, you know, continues. And even though some partnerships have officially stopped. And there is a saying, I thought it was just a Dutch saying, but I think it's an international saying, do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Therefore, I would like to remind our urban family not to forget to build on the network and the results we have from the first generation partnerships. And for the new themes and partnerships, I wish them a very speedy start, increased impact, because that's why we're doing this with each other together. And also a strengthened urban agenda in this. The governance, the procedures that have been put down in this multi-annual working program of the Ljubljana Agreement could contribute to this. And at the same time, you know, we want flexibility, ownership. This is the very pragmatic Dutch, I think. Flexibility, ownership, support, and less administrative burdens would be very nice. And in the period that I think it was mentioned also by Lisa, in the period that I was urban envoy, or I am urban envoy, I see one other development, and it's not COVID. So let's not talk about COVID. But the interesting thing is that there's an increase of interest between member states to share experiences, to share design and practices of urban policies and how to tackle these challenges of today and tomorrow. And I believe this is valuable and something we should keep and invest in. So thank you very much. And I think I said some things actually that would go to the next panel, because the next panel is on the partnerships. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We will definitely continue this discussion, not only during the next panel, but also maybe the entire next year and even after that, I hope. Let's not forget that indeed we're now in a very fascinating phase of the implementation now, not only of the new Leipzig Charter, but also the Ljubljana Agreement, with the installment of the new themes indeed. And Eddie Adams with his panel will talk about that in further detail. I think it will be very fascinating next year, I must say. Also, let's not forget that the European Urban Initiative will be installed as well, which will also give a new impulse, I hope, at least to the urban agenda. We're also still faced with the beginning of the new programming period with all different new initiatives. So I think it's an exciting time to work on concrete urban issues. It's a pity that we don't see each other live in a concrete setting, indeed. So let's hope also that for the near future that might change. But I would like to thank all of you for having participated in this panel. It's now indeed time for lunch, and after lunch we will resume with an intervention from one of the strong defenders also of the European urban agenda, Kieran McCarthy, followed by a panel debate by Eddie Adams. But let me first hand over back to Jonas Scholze to close the morning session before we can enjoy lunch. But let me thank you all one more time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mart. Thank you, all the colleagues, for this excellent panel discussion. Mart, for your excellent moderation. I will close now this morning session. Thanks a lot to all the participants for listening to what has been said. I really like the comparison between the urban agenda as a strong, powerful tool for living the multi-level governance, and with the Leipzig Charter as a compass to follow. I like this picture very much. We will take this also in the afternoon session. And meanwhile, unfortunately, we cannot provide you with a delicious catering, but you have to cook your meal by yourself. And we see us again at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome back to the second session of our today's conference. And we had already a very intensive and fruitful discussion in the morning. We were very much focusing on strategic questions and on governance issues. And now in the second part, we would like to deep dive more into the partnerships, into the partnerships that already stopped their work, and to go into the details of their experiences. And then we will later also have a view on ongoing EU programs that will be supported by the Leipzig Charter as well. But first of all, I would like to welcome our first speaker in the afternoon. I'm very happy, Kieran, that you will join this conference. Kieran McCarthy is from Cork. He's member of the Committee of the Regions. And Kieran, you are very much following the whole process of the Leipzig Charter and Urban Agenda as well. You're now rapporteur in the Committee of the Regions of the new European Bauhaus. And I'm very happy that you are here, and that you give your personal view also on how we bring now the urban dimension by help of the urban agenda into the Green Deal. Kieran, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Jonas, and thanks for the invitation. And thank the German Association and the German Federal Ministry for all their hard work. It's really appreciated. I suppose I've been working on the EU urban agenda maybe for 3 to 4 years now, and I've seen such a lot of passion. I've seen a lot of discussion. I've personally seen the partnerships grow in confidence, and I have had a smile on my face when seeing the full passion of partnership coordinators being released on busy meeting rooms. I think we've had many a frank discussion inside the rooms and also outside the rooms over coffee and so on. I am very proud to know the coordinators that I've met and got to really know, and I have a very high respect for all the work and perspectives on the respective partnerships. Indeed, one can say that everyone on this call has been brought on a tremendous journey with the EU urban agenda and has been witness to why it actually should be championed to continue. The urban partnerships are the drivers of the urban agenda, as we've discussed this morning, and their achievements thus far are impressive, and their voluntary involvement must be recognised and highlighted. I'd like to concur with Karen's points just before the break. We're dealing with an urban family, we're dealing with communities of communities, So we're not just dealing with 14, 15, 20 people within a partnership meeting around the table. There are hundreds of people behind many of the agencies represented on these various partnerships. And just because a partnership stopped 2 years ago or 3 years ago, that doesn't mean actually it's not continuing, that there are coordinators there that are representing their partnerships and are still hosting conferences, are still pitching ideas. And I think that needs to be said. The hours and hours and hours and hours of discussion, voluntary capacity must be acknowledged. And also the action plans. I think Karen mentioned the number of actions before the break, like 139 points to be implemented. They need to be continued to be implemented. These reports can't just sit on a shelf kind of gathering dust. I think Karsten in his opening speech this morning kind of mentioned that he'd like to see an Excel sheet of where all the different actions are at. I know I saw such an Excel sheet earlier this year, or perhaps last year in some of our discussions. And that we just need to keep kind of working through the different points and see how we can actually tie some of those points to ongoing commission programs and so on, which I'll talk about in a few seconds. I'd also like to give a nod to the DG Regio officials who I've worked with, as many people on this call have, and I know they do take all ideas and suggestions on board, but then do find themselves wading through the political quagmire to get ideas implemented, or what Karsten said this morning, I suppose, fragmented landscapes. But it is important to take stock of successful initiatives. This is a successful Urban Innovative Action Programme. I've also seen in my own city what the Sustainable Urban Development Fund of the ERDF is doing. I've got a new park based on nature-based solutions opening in the next 2 weeks, and it looks really, really great. And half the funding came from the Sustainable Urban Development Fund. I'd also like to nod to the work of the EIB and other investor frameworks for helping cities, and not just with loans, but also offering very valuable advice when it comes to competitiveness and where other cities are at and where my city is at and so on. So it's important to take stock of where we're at. And when I say that, I think this morning we all reminded ourselves of the main objectives of the urban agenda for the EU, the recognising the importance of the towns and the cities and the shaping EU policies, and then contributing to a more integrated approach to EU policy making and legislation. Those objectives are ongoing. I think we've had success in a variety of ways. One can say we haven't been successful, but I don't think we're finished with this canvas either. And we're not finished on our journey. If I'll take Eliza's kind of idea that we're being led by a compass, we're being led by a compass of ideas and different approaches. Over the last few years, the added value of the multi-level governance model has been great. The better funding, better regulation, and better knowledge has been widely recognised and central to many discussions that have taken place across the relevant EU presidencies. And of course, this morning, the words multi-level governance was mentioned a lot. It's not easy. No mind working on a particular theme. And I think if we were actually trying to construct the EU urban agenda in the height of COVID and online, I actually don't think would actually work. I think the success is down to the passion of the coordinators, the passion of people who actually care within their respective cities and regions, and that's what I've seen. I've seen the personal relationships and that have developed, and just people. I mean, many of the partnership and the action plans took 2 years to create. They weren't created within a month. They took 2 years and a lot of hard work and hard graft. And I think even with the new Ljubljana agreement, which I've read the draft for next week, it looks great. I have no doubt that it will reinforce and increase the political impact of a new generation of partnerships. And I want to have a nod to everyone who logged on in the springtime with Eliza in Portugal. And I logged into 2 to 3 sessions, and the flow of ideas over 2 to 3 hours was just incredible. And I don't know how Eliza and her team actually brought some of those ideas together, because it was really, really great to see. The new partnership on green cities and sustainable tourism, they're very much welcome. I do think that the new partnership does need to be founded on the climate action related partnerships that already exist. Over half of the 14 partnerships that exist, or 8 or 9 of them, are climate related. It would be an awful pity if we don't use the foundations of those action plans in some shape or form. They need to be used as foundational work. They need to be used as a synergy tool. And I'm also very conscious of the great work of the European Green Capitals and their inspirational stories. I read online of all their reports, and even the candidature reports offer so much to think about. And there's also this huge body of work about localizing SDGs, which is a box I don't think that the urban agenda has actually opened yet in any kind of great kind of detail. The Green Deal has also begun its implementation through the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and new operational programs of cohesion policy are now being put together by managing authorities. And within a few short months, we'll all see how the Green Deal is to be implemented on the ground. But it would be an enormous missed opportunity if the managing authorities are not approached by the urban agenda partnerships or a series of stepping stones created by DG Regio or other key stakeholders, so the partnerships are able to do that. We must pursue synergies between discussions on the urban agenda for the EU, national urban policies, and European initiatives such as the implementation of the Green Deal. But as we've kind of heard this morning, there is this vast landscape of ideas, or a vast chessboard, and that's something the Committee of the Regions tries to work through as much as possible. For me, I think in the short term, it's imperative that the climate-related action plans of the thematic partnerships are disseminated to managing authorities. They must be made visible. We should not assume that they actually are aware of the urban agenda. And I say that in a kind way. I just think that many of the managing authorities, they might have never heard of the EU urban agenda, and we need to make sure that they have heard about it. We need to keep the heritage and learnings of the previous work. In my own council chamber, for example, I have highlighted aspects such as the air quality partnership, urban mobility, the energy transition partnership, and my own council has been involved in the sustainable land use partnership as well. And actually all of those narratives that I presented to my council, they were ultimately embedded into my city's new development plan. But I'm not too sure how many other councillors out there are standing up in their respective local and regional chambers kind of going, let's have a look at this action plan and that action plan and the sub-reports and so on. So there is a great deal of work to be done. In the medium term, I think the strengthening of place-based approaches and upcoming legislation is crucial. I don't think we've really opened the box, the Fit for 55 package at the local and regional level yet. We've discussed it en masse at Committee of the Regions level, but I think there's a body of work to be done. Maybe the new Green Cities Partnership could look at that and what the knock-on effect is. I don't think we've opened the box with the Just Transition Fund yet. I think we need to do that. There's discussions, but I don't think there's any meaningful discussions at local and regional authority level, how it's going to affect people, how it's going to affect the citizens on the ground. There is some really, really interesting work going on in DG Move on the decarbonisation of urban transport. I think we need to also have a look at what's happening in the other DGs. The Horizon Mission's 100 climate neutral cities by 2030 is a very important and exciting programme. And also the Intelligent Cities Challenge, which is ongoing, is really interesting. And also the new European Bauhaus project, which I have just been appointed COR rapporteur for. And I think there's going to be a lot of really interesting stuff coming through that, from its ideas lab and the festival and the award ceremony and elements like that. I see that DG Regio are producing a knowledge sharing platform on the Green Deal in 2022. The European Urban Initiatives will be ongoing, and we also have the Sustainable Urban Development Fund is ongoing. There's also the fab and insightful URBACT program, which I'm a major fan. And I've said it many times, that for many local regional authorities, URBACT is the first gatekeeper into European programs. And I would certainly encourage the urban agenda to tie in more with the URBACT program. I know they are, but to do more even again. I think all of those projects I've just listed point to the narrative that a one-size-fits-all policy does not work. Climate policy is a clear example of that. But there's also, I suppose, political initiatives like the Covenant of Mayors is ongoing. The work of ICLE is actually really interesting. And so there's this vast landscape of different ideas. So let me, I suppose, conclude a little bit. I think the urban agenda for the EU has been a very innovative mechanism to enhance multi-level governance and a bottom-up approach, but it's from hard slog, passion from people who care on the ground. It has brought about vertical and horizontal cooperation amongst member states and all relevant stakeholders. And I mean, that's very, very clear when you actually read the draft of the Ljubljana Declaration next week. It's quite strong in my own opinion, but there is much work to do, however, to align and synergize the urban agenda, the renewed Leipzig Charter, the Ljubljana Declaration, with previous work that have been worked on, and the broader Green Deal principles. In my thoughts with you today, I've probably listed 15 to 20 boxes of ideas that need to be opened and synergies sought between them so that local and regional authorities can benefit, and ultimately the citizen on the ground. I think my call today is very much at the Green Cities Partnership needs to be a synergy tool, bringing ideas that we've worked on in the past together, and then kind of looking towards how do we splice that with the Green Deal itself. As always, the COR remains at everyone's disposal, as do I. As a representative of a stakeholder, I am very, very proud of what has been created, and that's why I continue to champion it. For the COR's part, we will strive to continue to provide input and consistent support to the development and implementation of the thematic urban partnerships in line with the strategic principles set out in the renewed Leipzig Charter. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Kieran. Good to see you. Great to have you with us. You and I both chatted in real life on a metro in Porto like almost 2 years ago, which is maybe the last time this big family that we're referring to all physically came together. So here we are, still online, sadly, for the moment, but it's great to see you. Thanks so much for that big picture kind of overview, and also some of your own personal insights into, you know, the rear view mirror that's behind us in terms of what's been happening. I just pick you up on a couple of things. I was really interested in a couple of specific things you said, which were, you went through that really incredible sort of menu of all the things that are currently going on from the European Green Deal, and you talked about the Bauhaus stuff, and we talked about the Just Transition Fund. So this is a really exciting time. You know, there's huge energy and a sense of purpose looking forward, and also the kind of pressing climate emergency, which gives us all the sense of needing to really kind of get down to business. And right at the beginning, you know, Professor Zimmerman talked about this notion of fragmigration. It's a great word, and I think it resonated with all of us probably. And I guess the big challenge is probably for many small, medium cities in particular, is just how to kind of make sense of all this stuff, and as you say, how to see where the synergies are. And I guess you've got that kind of macro perspective with your COR hat on, but you're also firmly rooted in your own locality in Cork. So for cities who are listening today to this and they're thinking, actually, this is super busy, how do I begin to kind of join some of these dots? What are we learning about how to work effectively at the city level?
Yeah, they're big questions. I mean, I've gathered a lot of information like from meetings like this and COR gigs over the years, and then I go back to my own local council chamber trying to plug that material in. But sometimes it doesn't plug in naturally. But what does work is that if you set out things into your city development plan, or you sprinkle your city development plan with aspects of SDGs or aspects, some of the material from the partnership action plans themselves, it actually does work. And also, I mean, for me, I'm very, very lucky in my city. We have a European officer, so I get all this big macro picture, and I go back to him and I have this conversation, kind of going, well, how do we make it fit for the future of my city and my region? And he kind of says, look, that will work, that won't work, that will work. We'll have a look at that. We'll tinker with that. We'll dilute that. And I think that's kind of important that you have that conversation within your own city hall or within your own regional chamber. I think I've said as well, I mean, like Urbact is fantastic. I know you've worked on Urbact, and I know Interreg has been really, really useful. I think at any given point in the last 2 years, my own city of Cork have been working on 17, 18 European projects between Urbact and Interreg. And my local universities have been very successful on Horizon 2020 projects, now Horizon Europe. So there are ways there to implement stuff at the macro level into the local level, but you need a team on the ground. Like in my city, I have a chief executive, and like there's so many things that are who's running the city, and there's so many things that are being thrown at her on any given day. So she needs to kind of diversify. Yeah. So I mean, my city's doing a new development plan at the moment. It's been a really interesting process for me. I've kind of taken it as an opportunity to kind of to really. I mean, as I said at the start, I have set up my own chamber and went, here's what the air quality action plan went through, and I've had there are sub reports within the action plan, very helpful data sets, even things like the digital transition partnership, circular economy. There are things within the action plans that have been forgotten about. There are things that are really, really useful to cities on a very basic level. I think that's important. I think sometimes I hear a lot of rhetoric, but at the end of the day, like to implement the Green Deal, it needs steps to get to that particular point. You need local and regional authority involvement. Yeah, there's some.
That's really helpful. Thanks a lot again for joining us and getting this second session of the day started. Good to see you and carry on the good work. And I'd like to see you soon. Thanks very much. Thank you. We're going to keep our focus on cities. We're going to keep our focus also on the urban agenda. I'm going to ask Alicia Pawlowska from City of Gdynia and Maria Bachmann from City of Vasa in Finland to pop their cameras on and to join us. Hi, great to see you both. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. If you're with us earlier today, you will have heard us explaining a little bit about this session we're about to have just now. So the idea is we're going to bring 6 city voices into the conversation. All of these are experienced city practitioners who have been directly involved in urban agenda partnerships. We're going to connect their experience with the 3 dimensions from the Leipzig Charter. So the productive city, this notion of the just city, and we're going to kick off now with a conversation about the green city, the green dimension. It's very much a kind of to follow the theme of Bob Dylan and the Zimmermans, unplugged, kind of authentic, very personal observations. And I'm delighted to have with us Maria and Alicia. I'll maybe ask you first of all, Alicia, maybe just to introduce yourself and remind us which partnership you were involved in, just to get us started.
Okay, I go first. Yes.
Yes, please. That'd be super.
Yes. So we were
We
joined. No, I am not muted. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
We, the City of Gdynia, joined the Partnership for Urban Mobility, and I was in the morning also joining and then listened to Anke Kerman from Karlsruhe, who was the lead partner of this partnership. As a city, I in the also take part in mobility, in the strategic planning, mobility, but also now we see that it goes so much further than just mobility. It has to be the green city as it is Leipzig Charter. In the Charter, it goes much into life quality.
The quality of the sound is not so good, Alicia. Maybe if you close your camera, the quality of the
always. And for partnership, we always took this into account when we were working on the actions. When we took the different ideas, we downloaded the large number of different tasks to be done by cities into the most important ones.
Thanks, Alicia. And I know you've closed your camera, so hopefully, fingers crossed, the sound will remain good. We're all used to these technical gremlins by now. We've had several technical checks, folks. But as you know, even on the day, things don't always work out as you plan. So fingers crossed that the connection holds. Let's move across the Baltic up to Finland. Delighted to see you, Maria. Again, just introduce yourself and remind us about your own partnership experience.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here today with you. My name is Maria. I'm representing the coastal city of Vaasa, Finland, on the west coast. And the city of Vaasa is a small city with about 68,000 inhabitants and a region of 115,000. Still, we are very much known for our energy cluster, the Energy Vaasa, which is the largest energy technology hub in the Nordic country. And this is also the reason why we were engaged in the Energy Transition Partnership. Vaasa, as I mentioned, we're known for the energy cluster. And in fact, from the energy technology export from Finland, 30% comes from the Vaasa region. So when the ministry made it possible for the cities in Finland to express their interests into some of the partnerships, it was obvious which of the partnerships were of great interest for the city of Vaasa. And we were also happy to be now elected to candidate for this and later also chosen to this partnership.
Thanks. And thinking, just staying with you for the moment, Maria, thinking about the, we've already heard today that the partnerships was a big step forward in terms of operationalizing this multi-level governance concept. All the levels of government around the table. These were complex processes. We learned a lot. We'll come back shortly to what we did learn. From your recollection, what were the most positive things from a city perspective of being at the table in these sessions?
Yes, I would definitely say the fruitful discussions. When there were different representatives from different sized cities, from different organizations, from ministries, from organizations, all these taking part in the same discussion. And not only from different organizations, but also different parts of Europe. And I really appreciate that everyone were really taking in, listening to what everybody were saying. And we had very fruitful teamwork discussions. And we need to remember, I'm very pleased that also small and mid-sized cities were engaged and on the same level, so to say, in these discussions, because we need to remember that Europe is full of small and mid-sized cities, and we are very dependent upon that these, they are making a great work, and a big part of also the energy transition is taking place there. So it's very important that we have this discussion. And I really think that the partnerships made this possible, even though we were only a few cities and representatives, but still we were representing a larger amount of areas and cities. So I think this was very fruitful. And also another point, bringing the urban agenda also to the local level, even if it comes from the local level, but still to be able to communicate the urban agenda and the partnerships on the local level was, in our case, also very important.
That's great to hear. Alicia, from your side, I mean, maybe you could sort of maybe pick up something which was positive, and then maybe something which we could get better at. Something we could maybe build on, thinking about the next generation from the Ljubljana agreement that we've heard about this morning?
Just to speak about our experience also, being there and sitting at the table with the different governance levels was for us as a city a very interesting experience. We gained a lot of knowledge of how the different perspectives of different levels of governance work, how they think, how they operate, what is the main priority sometimes, because it can be a little bit different from an EU perspective than from a local perspective, as there are different struggles, different problems of different levels, of course, not more important or less important, but just different. And being able to learn the different perspectives was of very high value. And this was for us this first kind of partnership where these different kind of governance levels came together, and that is something definitely worthwhile, keeping and continuing and allowing more cities, a larger number of cities to be able to take part in. So if we can have more or larger even partnerships, that will be definitely of high value to cities, of smaller cities and larger cities also. There's something that I would work on. This is our partnership I see as a kind of a big, large milestone or something to be built on to learn things that we can improve. And one thing I would, for example, improve is to, at the starting point of the partnership, is to have a very specifically defined outcome, what everyone should be expecting, because within our partnership, during the process, we found out that some things that were expected to be the outcome were different at also different levels. And if we are able to define these expectations properly right at the beginning, then the process will be going smoother and will be more effective. So that is something that I would change. And also, just a small thing, I mean, if there would be financing perhaps for the participation for the cities, then perhaps a larger number of cities would be eager to take part. Just for example, covering the travel costs, the meetings that they are taking part in. Okay, I think these are the two main points, but definitely a very good experience and something to be built on.
Thanks. Those are really helpful, really specific things. And if you're one of the cities who might be participating in these new partnerships, those are really useful tips to pass on to all the partners, in fact. I'm just going to ask you one final question each, and that is about the new Leipzig Charter. And Kieran mentioned the fact that of the 14 urban agenda partnerships which ran, a majority of them had a green dimension focus. So, and in the meantime, the kind of urgency of the climate emergency has become even more sort of pressing. So this is very much, an absolute priority theme for everyone, it seems. From your own areas of work and from your own partnership, what particular things did you take from the green city dimension in the new Leipzig Charter, which really caught your eye and you think were important to kind of to flag up just now as we're kind of closing this first part of our exchange this afternoon? And maybe ask you first of all, Maria, to just give us your thoughts on that, please.
Yes, thank you. A small comment. When I read it, I was very happy to see where it started from. It started with, there was a lot of the quality of the urban environment, the quality of for the citizens. So this was for me a very, very important starting point. And I was also pleased to see how we are linking the, so to say, previous partnerships together. We are sitting here today with Leisha, and she's representing the mobility, the energy, and these are very much linked together and dependent upon each other. So this is also something that I can see in the green city concept, that you are linking parts together, and I think that will be beneficial. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. That's very helpful. And last word to you, Alicia, on this theme.
Yes, well, I agree also that the linking, the interconnection of different areas are here, and it is very pleasing. I like it that in the charter, in the green city, it is very specifically also talking about the urban transport as being efficient, carbon neutral, and green, and adapting to the climate change. This is something that here at the working level in the city, I can take physically, and I can translate into Polish, and I can say this is said here in this strategic high-level document, and that's why we should first put it in the strategic documents of Gdynia, which is already actually in there, but just to give it a more focus and find the little steps, or go with the little steps, and make the kind of the whole between the strategic level and the really working level and implementation smaller. And each such document, each such statement helps me here at the local level.
That's great. Thanks a lot, Maria. Thanks, Alicia. Good to see you both. Thanks again for joining us, and stay with us if you will. And I'm going to invite Thomas Kiewit now to join us from the city of Stuttgart. And also Jan Harko Post from the city of The Hague. Hello there. Hi, great to see you both. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. We'll just keep the momentum going, I think, and maybe just jump in and ask you both just to tell our audience who you are and remind us which of the urban development, the urban agenda partnerships you participated in. Thomas, do you want to go first?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Hello from Stuttgart region, Germany. It's not actually the city. It's the region that I represent here. And we have been part of the partnership on sustainable urban land use and nature-based solutions.
Okay, thank you. Jan Harko?
Good afternoon. Jan Harko Post from the city of The Hague in the Netherlands. And we joined the partnership on circular economy, mainly because of a number of reasons. First of all, of course, the political debate about this relatively new topic of circular economy was just starting up in 2016, 2017. And in combination with that, we got a call from the Ministry of the Interior of the Netherlands that they were working on this Pact of Amsterdam. And if we wanted to join one of the partnerships under the Pact of Amsterdam. And the third one, the same type of discussions were going on in Eurocities, where we already collaborated with Oslo, who was the coordinator of this partnership, and who was very eager to work together on this issue in a agenda partnership. So all the things came together, and the momentum was there.
Great. So you were right in on the ground floor, Jan Harko, right? You know, we talked about the Pact of Amsterdam being the kind of genesis of this whole sort of journey we're on. So you'll have seen, I'm sure in your experience, things which have worked well and things that we can build on. Can you maybe give us a couple of examples of both? So something you think, you know, looking back, that we made big progress there, and then be something which is still unfinished business, which as we look ahead is something we're still struggling to improve a little bit?
Well, actually, and it has already been said, the multi-level governance is really something that's worked very well with us, especially in our partnership. I think that we're one of the few partnerships that have grown over time. We've extended our partnership in terms of membership, which was very, very good to see, and very interesting. One of the things that was very important in our partnership was to build trust among the different partners. What we have seen is that at first there was a little bit of uncertainty about the involvement and the commitment of the Commission, for example. There was also some doubt about the involvement and the commitment of the member states. So there was some trust to be built, and I think that's one of the very important gains that we got from our partnership, is that trust was actually built and gave us a firm basis to work on. What we didn't think about, and that's something maybe for the future, is that the partnership was only meant to last for 3 years. I mean, we had prolonged our partnership with 1 year. I think we ended it formally in July of this year. But we didn't really think of a post-partnership strategy because, as Kieran said, all these deliverables that we produced aren't meant to sit on the shelf and gather dust. There's something that we want to do with that. So what would be the follow-up from a partnership? And one of the things I'm very interested in and I'm working on as well is some sort of, let's say, serial partnerships. And one of the serial partnerships that I'm in now is one of the URBAC networks. As Karen mentioned as well, a very good entry point for a follow-up of one of the actions from the Circular Economy Partnership. Not only building on that action, but also extending the family that's on this journey with us.
Great. Always happy to hear someone plugging URBAC, and the URGE network is a very inspiring example at the moment. So thanks for referring to that. You mentioned, I think you're the first person to talk about trust in our conversations today, and it is really the cement that holds a lot of this stuff together. So it's really helpful to hear that. And the post-partnership, the kind of sustainability question obviously is central too. Thomas, do those points resonate with you, or is your experience quite a different one?
Oh, I think I can subscribe to everything that has been said about the other partnerships. We had basically the same structure, and we had a lot of fruitful exchange. We had a very deep-going debate on the topics of sustainable land use and nature-based solutions. So despite we have been hit by the necessities of the pandemic, so we came to quite a sudden stop. So we could not have proceed as it was initially planned. However, I think the specific aspect of the sustainable land use partnership is that we have been focusing on cross-cutting issues. And if we're trying to look ahead, when we try to merge the outcomes of the green dimension, the productive dimension, and the idea of a just city, we have, I think, in the future, we have to focus way more on those cross-cutting issues. So I think that is where the sustainable land use partnership had made some ground how to address these cross-cutting issues, and I think this will be way more important for the time coming.
Yeah, and Maria and Elisa also referred to similarly this: how do we break out of these departmental silos, which we talk about, which were really, really difficult to operate in practice? Just as a matter of interest, Thomas, did your partnership have any physical meetings, exchanges with other partnerships? I know some of them actually did come together at various points. Did the Sustainable Land Use Partnership have that experience or not?
Not as a whole, but we had bilateral meetings. I met Anke Kammer-Wössner in Berlin sometimes. Karlsruhe is basically a neighboring city, so we had some informal exchange. But besides this has been going on different levels, but we never had a common meeting, probably because we also had as a partnership for nature-based solutions and sustainable land use. These are already two partnerships.
Absolutely, and just kind of shifting the focus to the new Leipzig Charter, and thinking about the productive city concept. I'll maybe start with you here, Jan Harko. First of all, when you read that, and when you look at it, given your focus and your partnerships activity around circular economy, what were the things which jumped out for you from that new sort of paradigm that's being explained in that new document?
Well, first of all, I think that the new Leipzig Charter really gives us a better or a more complete, more coherent framework for the urban dimension, for the European urban dimension. If I look at our partnership circular economy, I mean, if you look at circular economy, it's a big system change that you're generally talking about. But what we were addressing were mainly the end of pipe of the circular economy, waste management, and the transition from waste management to resource management, as we call it in The Hague. But what we found along the way is that we also have to look at the rest of the value chain, go back into the value chain, and look at the economic models and how can you implement, let's see, some of the economic principles of circular economy into your own local communities and your local businesses and small and medium enterprises. How can you stimulate them to pick up on that? And of course, how can you support that with regulation? How can you support that with financial arrangements, etc.?
Absolutely. Thomas, how about you in terms of that is looking at the charter and what comes out of the productive city themes in the report?
Very frankly, my impression is that when we're talking about a productive city, things that came first at mind are something like cozy small businesses. We're talking about, you know, urban agriculture, small workshops, mixed use. And we are not so much talking about heavy industry.
Yeah.
But speaking for Stuttgart region, we have huge car making manufacturers here, and that's where the money comes from, basically. So we should have in mind that when we're talking about sustainable development and a productive city, that's not just about mixed use, it's also about a heavy industry. And especially if you look at the car making industry, they have to be very competitive in a global scale. And you also see right now very deep going structural changes because they switch from diesel and combustion engines to making electric vehicles. And that's something that has to be very closely accompanied by public measures, building of infrastructures, provide housing for the workforce, for the labor force, provide sites for development. So if we're talking about productive city, we have to think also industry. And we also have to make clear that when we're talking about a sustainable development, it's not just the zero solution, no further development, no additional infrastructure, residential areas. So we have really focused on, you know, on the objectives that probably not just in line with going green and having green deal. We also have to take very much care about the economic productive dimension of sustainability and also of the social issues that comes with a just city.
Okay, it's a perfect segue into our Just City discussion, which is coming next. So Thomas, thank you so much. Also Jan Harko, great to see you as ever. Thanks for joining us, both of you. And I'll leave you to continue with your day, and I'll invite our final dynamic duo. We have Michaela Kauer from the city of Vienna and Sabina Kecic from formerly City of Amsterdam, but he was involved with the migrant integration partnership. Hi there, thanks again, both of you, for joining us. Good to see you both. Lots of themes running already, some common denominators running through these first two conversations. I wonder whether this third chat will throw up similar things, or whether we'll have a completely different exchange. But maybe first of all, Michaela, do you want to just introduce yourself, tell us who you are and which partnership you were involved in?
Yes, and thanks a lot for the invitation to speak to you today. I'm really happy because I think it comes timely to discuss these topics now ahead of the next Informal Ministerial on Urban Matters coming up soon in virtually, but in Ljubljana. So I think we're making a good point here. As I was been introduced by Eddie so kindly, my name is Michaela Kauer. As you can see, I'm from the city of Vienna, and I've been one of the coordinators of the Urban Agenda Partnership on Housing.
Great, thank you. Sabina?
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Sabina Kecic. I've worked for the city of Amsterdam, and I've coordinated the partnership on inclusion of migrants and refugees for 4 years.
Great, thank you. And you were both in front runner partnerships. You were both in that first generation when you were kind of creating the pathway, which others then kind of followed. I guess I'm interested in knowing from those early days, what were the biggest challenges coming to the table as a city representative? I mean, Kieran's talked about this, trying to rebalance some of the power dimensions, getting cities, strengthening their voices. Maybe Sabina, first of all, from your point of view, how easy was it as a city representative, city amongst national level and EU level colleagues around the table?
It was not very easy, I would say. It was I think a different kind of conversation that we're having now, where now we're really looking at how can we enforce the cooperations, where at the beginning it was really also on the question why. So why are we doing this? Basically, why are we having this kind of conversation on the different levels? We were not used to having that multi-level governance structure, well, not in a structure, let's say it like that. So it was quite a challenge to, yeah, get to know each other, build trust, I would say, was really needed. And especially at that time, it was 2016, with the migrants and refugees, there was also quite some tension, I would say. So I think we've really, looking back, I think all of us have really come a quite far way, and are really now looking at, how it's quite logical, you work on multi-level governance. And at that time, for some it was, for some it wasn't. So yeah.
Thanks a lot for that. And housing is also one of these themes which has that the multi-level governance dimension is really important because of the way that the levers of power work. Same sort of thing. So you think of a city, you think of housing in Europe, and Vienna is one of the first cities you think about because it has, for many of us, an enviable housing system. Did that mean you came to the table and everyone stopped talking and listened to you immediately, and Vienna had this special position, or how was it at the start in terms of the multi-level governance conversation on the ground, as it were?
Yeah, no, thanks. I think the question is important. It with regard to our partnership, I don't think it was that difficult. Not because I'm from Vienna and Vienna has this strong record on housing, but because we were really all very enthusiastic about the project. And that was true for the people from the cities, from the member states, and from the stakeholder community, including also DG Regio and URBACT. And I wouldn't like to miss the academic advice we got also in our partnership. So we were really able to gather all the knowledge that was there from different sides. And because Kieran spoke so nicely at the beginning of this session, we also had a very strong relationship with the Committee of the Regions from the beginning. And I think that helped as well when it comes to multi-level governance.
Yeah. And just thinking about the, as these new partnerships begin, this new generation, and they've got, a lot to learn from the experience of the first wave. What do you think of what the kind of keys to success do you think for those new partnerships as they start? We've already had Alicia talking about try and make sure the parameters and the outputs are clear. There's a useful point about if you want cities around the table, think about, can we finance people to be there because resources are stretched? Any particular things from your own experience you would flag up as kind of keys to a successful partnership in future? Maybe Sabine, I'll ask you that first, and then I'll come to Michaela.
Yeah, for sure. I think for us, what really worked very well in our partnership was the commitment of the DG responsible for migration. They were co-coordinating the partnership, so that made our work a lot easier, but it also made it very interesting for cities to join and other partners, and they were very much involved also in resources. So I think that was it's when you talk about multi-level governance, it is really important to have all the level of governance equally involved in the partnership. So I think that's one. And the other, it connects to what many, I think, have said earlier. As a city, working at European level is not always the first priority for a city council or for city employees. So when you do so, you really have to come back with concrete results on why. You always have to have answers ready on why should we do this. So I think that one is also very important to take along. So build on concrete results that you can show to your city.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because sometimes this is quite abstract. It seems quite removed from the day-to-day business of what we're doing in cities. So that I think I think it was Alicia also said that thing about you're almost like you're a mediator. You're kind of facilitator. You're channeling stuff backwards and forwards between the city and the partnership level. That's really, really interesting to hear, Sabina. What about you, Michaela? Again, just thinking about what are the success factors for partnerships which are just about to get started?
I think that, I mean, Sabina and I, we know it, we were one of the first generations of partnerships. So at that time, we were quite free in the way we decided to work with each other. And that meant that we had a lot of flexibility and room for creativity. And we needed that room to really also define the scope of our work. I mean, we had like a few tasks given to us by the Pact of Amsterdam. Yeah. But clearly, we took a lot of time in the beginning to see into what are really the burning questions, the burning challenges. And then we condensed it down in a way to, you know, allow us to have an operational working format for the next 3 years. So really this room for creativity and open-mindedness and free space to think around a topic in the beginning, I think it's very necessary. And don't lose the good ideas that you have at the beginning, kind of you put them in a memory box or something. And try to keep it in the future, because I just looked it up in our action plan. We had a lot of good ideas. We didn't work on all of them, but what we did in the end is we in the action plan, you will find it also, we had kind of made an outlook to what are the next topics that should be taken up in that field. Because if you do it for 3 years in a limited format, you cannot tackle all the issues, but you can give an outlook of what would be important in the next phase of the debate.
Absolutely. And you know, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I saw Elisa just gave us a thumbs up for that comment, that observation. So that's having a resonance with some of our other speakers this afternoon. You mentioned this notion of burning issues. You know, this kind of like, and you know, for both of your both of your partnership themes, as you said, Sabina, around that time, 2015, 2016 was, you know, a really a hot spot in terms of the crisis as it was described at the time. And also, Michaela, affordable housing still remains one of the key challenges. And certainly these are totally both unfinished business in a major way. And I wonder, when you read through the new Leipzig Charter and you look at the section on the just city, and you think about, you know, the burning issues and the passion that you both bring to the table in these conversations. Can you maybe sort of reflect a little bit on your own thoughts as to what's in there, and how we can connect these two parts of the conversation? Maybe, do you want to go first, Michaela?
Yeah, no, fine. I mean, for me, it's the whole Leipzig Charter and the 3 ideas of, you know, the just, the productive, and the green city. These are all aspects that really fit well to our topic, affordable housing. And now more than ever, clearly, I mean, the pandemic has shown that, you know, housing is at the heart of this whole crisis. And I would say the same goes even for refugees and vulnerable groups even more, as Sabina, I'm sure, will agree, and many in the room. But when it comes to the just city, what we really also managed by linking our work very strongly to the Sustainable Development Goals and other global, I would say, documents, we really developed a rights-based approach. And I think this fits very well to the just dimension of the city as described in the Leipzig Charter. So the human rights-based approach in housing will allow you to regulate things differently. And we've seen it in the Corona pandemic that the return of the state is something that is so vital to secure safety and health of people when it comes to housing.
Absolutely. And the kind of impact of coronavirus as a kind of catalyst or as a game changer has kind of underpinned a few of these conversations today. So it's interesting, even though obviously it's not our primary focus. What about from your side, Sabina? Again, you know, this kind of compass, as we've heard it described today, this kind of framework, which is a very useful kind of guidance for us. What do you pick out from the section on the just city which resonates with the work you've been doing?
Yeah, well, I think it's really great, the initiative, and it's already quite far. And I agree with Michaela. I would say I would rather have maybe more of a recommendation with regard to the Just City part, and that is, or maybe even broader, but it's something that really worked well in our partnership, and it is involve also the people that you are talking about. So talk with the different target groups. As you know, we set up the European Migrant Advisory Board within our partnership. And until today, it's something that still exists. It's adopted by the Commission, so it's really a good initiative. And I think that's also the strong part of involving cities and Commission, because we as cities, we have these contacts. So, you know, we're a bit closer to the citizens. And I think that's really an important thing, especially in the broader discussions that have been going on, you know, the need for a European Union, etc. We really need to try to bring the citizens closer to the work that we're doing. So I would say focus also on involving a broader group and also on the groups that we're developing policies for.
That's brilliant to hear, really, really helpful. And also, you know, there are some really good practical examples about how we actually do that. A lot of cities say we want, or a lot of, you know, mechanisms, we'd like to do this, but we don't really know where to start. So we've got this growing body of experience in terms of how to engage physically and digitally, actually, in the last 18 months or so. So that's a really good point for us to wrap up on. And one of I love the job that I do, but one of the things I hate is having to have these really compressed conversations. You know, I'd love to have a lot more time to unpack these, but as ever, we're kind of looking at the clock. So thanks so much, Michaela. Thanks so much, Sabina. Thanks to all of our other speakers for joining us and giving us their little personal insights into their experience, and for making that nice bridge between the new Leipzig Charter and the urban agenda. And I'm going to ask Jonas now to come back in and to take us on to the next item on today's agenda. Thanks very much, folks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eddie, for this very nice flight over the 3 dimensions of the 3 cities, of the productive, the just, and the green dimension of the Leipzig Charter, in combination also with the partnerships from the first generation of the urban agenda. And it is really nice to see, and very impressive, and I think it was visualized very nice how also the Leipzig Charter acts as orientation paper for the strategic orientation paper, or as compass for the policies going on the local level, also on the city level. I would like to welcome now Mr. Ross Sempere. He's member of the European Parliament, but unfortunately I cannot see him right now in the WebEx meeting here on my screen. I hope he can join the conference in the next few seconds. Otherwise, I would suggest that we start with the first speaker of the next session. And maybe in the meantime, Mr. Ross Sempere can join the meeting. We switched a little bit the program because he has to be at the physical meeting at 3 o'clock in the European Parliament. So Mr. Ross Sempere should actually speak at 3 o'clock, and now we wanted to switch, but I cannot see him so far. So I suggest that we go on with the next speaker. Maybe we start with Gary Muscat in the meantime.
Thank you, Jonas.
Yeah, sorry for this confusion. Is it okay for you when we start with you, and maybe Mr. Ross Sempere can join a few minutes later after your presentation?
Yes,
Jerry, I'm very, very happy. I'm very, very happy that you're joining this meeting, and you're representing the European Investment Bank. And I know that your colleagues from your team participated the whole process of the dialogues we made here in Brussels on the Leipzig Charter and on the urban agenda. And now I'm very curious how the products and the policy of the European Investment Bank will adopt to the Leipzig Charter, or how the Leipzig Charter will influence the policies of the European Investment Bank, let's say like that. And I see that Markus Rossem-Perre is now in the meeting, but Gary, maybe we start with you now. Can we start with the slides?
Yes, thank you very much, Jonas. And if the organizers could load up the slides, I will. Thank you. I will be very happy to talk about the importance of the Leipzig Charter for the EIB and how we're applying it. Yes, I'm head of division for the urban advisory part of the EIB. And if you could move to the next slide, please. Could have the next slide, please. Thank you. No, sorry, it did. Thank you. So for the EIB, we are the EU bank. We are owned by the member states of the European Union. And so for us, we are very much a policy-based lender and advisor. So for us, EU policy is critical. And there have been a number of important policy developments in urban which influence our activities, starting from the 1997 Amsterdam European Council through, of course, to the Pact of Amsterdam, and indeed the new Leipzig Charter of 2020 is a very important milestone in that policy context for EIB. And so, in fact, if you look at that picture on the screen, which in a way is a kind of pictorial representation of the new Leipzig Charter, which we received during the German presidency, and this very much embodies the principles that we apply at the EIB. And in fact, all our projects, when we are doing urban projects, we refer to the new Leipzig Charter as one of the basis of our activity. So the next slide, please. So it's taking a little while for the slides to load. Okay, thank you. So clearly the EIB has really does value the importance of the EU urban agenda, and the bank has been active in I think 10 of the 14 partnerships. It was very interesting hearing from some of our interlocutors in the last session that we collaborated with closely, Michaela, Sabina, and so on. And indeed, the urban agenda has been very important for us. And in continuing in this vein, the new Leipzig Charter, it actually does contain references to the bank, and the ministers are inviting the bank to contribute to the partnerships to help better develop urban financing instruments and to reflect the principles of the Leipzig Charter in our loan financing and our blending with grants, and also our advisory services. And so indeed, as the climate bank now, it also invites us to work with stakeholders towards a climate neutral, socially sustainable and productive cities, to use very much the language of the new Leipzig Charter. So to the next slide, please. I would just say a few words about then the lending and advisory work and how this actually works in practice. Not seeing the next slide yet. So yes, the EIB is lending is a significant lender in the urban sector. We are lending approximately over the last 5 years about 107 billion in total, and the urban lending is roughly between 1/4 and 1/3 of total EIB lending. Next slide, please. So in this lending, the principles of the Leipzig Charter, we are applying many of those principles in actually figuring out what types of projects we finance and what types of projects we shouldn't finance. So indeed, our overall objectives are, in terms of our urban lending approach, are based around urban regeneration, social inclusion, climate action, enhanced community resilience, smarter development. And so, for example, we look at the types of things we do finance and the types of things we don't finance. I think that we would say that we do finance all of our projects are consistent with the principles of the Leipzig Charter. Where we have to say no to projects is when they try to do things which are, let's say, against those principles. So things like speculative property development, things like projects which might contribute to urban sprawl. We don't finance purely market-based housing. We focus on social and affordable housing, etc. Next slide, please. And the next one as well. So some of the tools that we apply in our lending, we are financing large projects in cities directly, typically large projects above 100 million euro in total cost, where we make a loan for the specific investment project or program fitting into that. But we also do a lot of lending to cities on the basis of what we call framework loans, where we lend to cities to finance a time slice of their long-term investment program, normally over 3 or 5 years. And these loans are very flexible because we can include almost everything from the city's long-term investment plan, provided it's eligible for us, of course, and is sustainable. And this enables us to finance cities down to typically around 75,000 people, and sometimes smaller, where we can fund over this period of time, and it gives quite a lot of flexibility during those years to include or exclude certain projects which are not necessarily predicted right at the front. We also do the same thing through intermediaries, particularly national promotional banks or municipal banks, where we can then finance through those banks to smaller cities and towns, even down, for example, with Belfius in Belgium, down to 10,000 people. So we can actually, through these types of facilities, cover small towns, the whole urban framework, let's say. And finally, on equity funds, we also are investing in equity funds, which is particularly relevant for brownfield development and regeneration. And there we have targeted criteria. Could I have the next slide, please? And I mentioned the EU Urban Agenda. Of course, our main contribution through the Urban Agenda is to better funding, but we also have an important dimension on better knowledge, and we have quite an extensive set of facilities which can provide investment support to cities. And much of the work we've done in the context of the partnerships under the EU Urban Agenda have been linked to this type of advice that we can give and collaboration with partners. So we have facilities such as JASPERS, which is providing support for projects and horizontal work in relation to EU structural funds and their use. We have URBIS, which is a facility on urban investment support, which is also provided for projects which are not necessarily benefiting from structural funds, but which are no less contributing to the principles of integrated sustainable urban development. We have other instruments that are particularly targeting certain areas, like EPEC focusing on PPP, ELENA focusing on energy efficiency, the FI Compass looking at development of financial instruments. and other facilities that we deploy outside the EU, like Felicity and the Urban Project Finance Initiative, and also the City Climate Gap Fund. And indeed, under the InvestEU Advisory Hub, which is the new program in the context of the Investment Plan for Europe, taking over from the European Fund for Strategic Investments, there are a number of new facilities that are planned in there. Just to mention two of them, there is a program on circular cities for the circular economy, which has very much arisen out of our work in the Circular Economy Partnership. It was nice hearing about that earlier. And there are also instruments for climate, such as an ADAPT facility for climate adaptation and a new gender facility. So these are some of the new areas that are starting to emerge on our advisory work. The next slide, please. So I'd just like to finish by talking about a couple of examples that really demonstrate how this works. The next slide, please. So on the looking at the dimensions of the Leipzig Charter, if you look at just and green, this project in the Bassin Minier in northern France, this is a social housing program that is targeting a region in the coal transition, where the investment was contributing to improving the energy efficiency and the quality of the fabric of the social housing units in the Bassin Minier, and so it actually contributed both to climate action in terms of reducing CO2 emissions, and also to just transition. So it's a kind of precursor project, if you like, to the just transition facility, I think that the just transition is clearly very much something that comes through in the new Leipzig Charter. Next slide, please. Then an example of a productive city investment, and of course the EIB can work across the public and private spectrum in our financing. The Limerick is quite a nice example, where we witnessed in the city of Limerick in Ireland that Dell, the computer company, moved out of the city in 2009. The city was suburbanizing and hollowing out, let's say, and the Limerick 2030 development agenda involved trying to regenerate the interior of the city, and the EIB and the CEB partnered with the city to develop the urban regeneration of this area, and you can see in the picture the old opera area, which has been transformed, or is being transformed into a new urban regeneration, and very successfully transformed as well. In fact, already having attracted anchor tenants and stimulating strong demand. So a nice urban regeneration project contributing to the sustainable development of Limerick. Next slide, please. And I'm very happy to say that we also have been able to do an assignment in Leipzig itself. This is relating to the aims of the city to phase out lignite and become carbon neutral. And this assignment that we did together with Babel and the Stadt Leipzig, we worked on an assignment to help build the roadmap to climate neutrality. And there was a technology and cost assessment of the technologies needed across renewable energy, digital energy storage, and mobility. There was a multi-criteria analysis to try to prioritize the way forward, and there was the identification of a short-term and medium to long-term investment program, as well as terms of reference for feasibility work. So a very practical way of moving forward on the climate agenda of the city of Leipzig. Next slide, please. So I will just finish with the slide on the city of Wałbrzych, which is another example of the just transition, where we provided support to the city that, again, in coal transition, a city which has had long relied on coal, but had successfully transformed to the automotive industry. But unfortunately, the social infrastructure and cultural infrastructure was very much lacking. So we arranged support to help prioritize investments that would tackle this. And also we mobilized a team from the London School of Economics to bring together other post-industrial cities in transformation that could share their experience with Leipzig and help move that city forward. So I think with that, I will stop and thank you very much. Back to you, Jonas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gary, for this flashlight on the multitude of tasks and projects you're supporting with the European Investment Bank. Just allow me one short question. Do you agree if I say that you profited from the multi-level dialogue in the partnerships to adjust also your products towards the local needs?
Yes, absolutely. I think that the multi-level dialogue is one of the key contributions of the EU Urban Agenda and of course the Leipzig Charter. And in fact, I mentioned this C3 CETAF facility, for example, on circular cities, circular economy. I think I could probably say that without the circular economy partnership and all of the networks that were established through those relationships, we would never have developed this facility. And now this is a facility that I think cities can take use of to support their circular transformation. So I would strongly agree with that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jerry, for joining us. And I'm very happy to see that Mr. Rossempere is now in the chat or in the WebEx meeting. And I would welcome you very much. You're a member of the European Parliament. You're also a member of the Intergroup Urban. And you're following intensively also the discussion on the Leipzig Charter, on the urban agenda. And we are very happy that we get an inside view or your perspective on the whole process also for the future. Thank you, Mr. Rossempere.
Thank you very much, Jonas, for giving me the floor. Many thanks also to the German Association for Housing, Urban and Spatial Development, the German Federal Ministry of Interior, Building and Community, the European Urban Knowledge Network, Urbacity and Eurotowns for organizing and contributing to create this event series about the implementation of the new Leipzig Charter. It is an honor for me to open this event. When we received the invitation to collaborate in this event, the truth is that from our office, we did not hesitate for a second. We are really aware of how important is the implementation of the European urban agenda for our territories and our cities. And for me, it's very necessary. And it is also a pleasure to participate as a member of the European Parliament, but also, as you may know, as an architect and urban planner. From the beginnings of the creation of the first Leipzig Charter in 2007 through the Marseille Declaration, the Toledo Declaration and the new Leipzig Charter, I have always been very aware of all urban and territorial planning policies, as I consider cities and their territories to be the basis for human activity. Without sustainable planning, there is no sustainable life. First, I would like to talk about the transformative power of European cities as defined by the new Leipzig Charter. Cities are places of pluralism, creativity, and solidarity. Cultural and political traditions have been foundations for the development of cities reflecting democratic rights and values. Cities are also laboratories for new forms of solving problems and test beds for social innovation. High quality, open and safe public spaces function as a vibrant urban places, allowing people to interact, exchange and integrate into society. Good urban planning and design should be reinforced to enable compact, socially and economically mixed cities with well-developed infrastructure and a healthy environment and opportunities for the identification, contributing to the well-being of all. To achieve all this, we must understand that cities have several scales. In this new European urban agenda, 3 spatial levels are defined to ensure coherency and to avoid inefficiency in all urban processes. First of all, urban challenges are often more pronounced at the neighborhood level. Some neighborhoods can reflect social tensions, poverty, or environmental stress. Other neighborhoods are arrival areas for migrants or subject to gentrification, social mobility, and a shortage of affordable housing. Specific neighborhood policies should therefore encourage local commitment for community building and inclusiveness. Second, local authorities in their individual national context are responsible for local urban development. Decision makers in local authorities set strategic guidelines and specific operation for the whole city area. They act as a formal link between small-scale neighborhoods and wider functional areas, with a decisive role in establishing surrounding and wider rural areas. And third, sustainable and resilient urban development takes place within a regional or metropolitan context and relies on a complex network of functional interdependencies and partnerships. This is exemplified by the functional area as stated in the Territorial Agenda 2030. In addition to taking into account these 3 scales, in order to real urban transformation, we must join the social, ecological, and economic dimensions of sustainable development. Thus, this charter also understands cities as having 3 dimensions: the just city, the green city, and the productive city. The first, just city, must try to ensure to all social groups, including the most vulnerable, and I think it's very important to remark this, all social groups have equal access to services of general interest, including education, social services, health care, and culture. The green city, the second one, must prioritize the transformative power of cities to combating global warming and to high environmental quality for air, water, soil, and land use. The development of high-quality urban environments for all includes adequate access to green and recreational space. And last but not least, the third must ensure diversified economy with provides jobs while ensuring a sound financial base for sustainable urban development. Cities as attractive, innovative, and competitive business locations need a skilled workforce, social, technical, and logistical infrastructure, as well as affordable and accessible space. In addition to the Leipzig Charter, we must be very aware that we are in the Green Deal legislature, one of the most important priorities today, both for our planet and for the European Union. We, in the Parliament, we have already shown a very strong commitment to this cause, and this must be reflected in our work. Cities must be leaders and play a key role in climate action. As we already know, the levels of energy consumption and pollution in urban areas are worrying, very worrying. Although cities occupy only 3% of Earth's surface, they account for 60 to 80% of energy consumption and 75% of carbon emissions. The United Nations Habitat Program estimated that 60% of the world's population will live in cities by 2030. This growth is accompanied by increased demand for jobs, transport, and affordable housing, as well as higher energy and water consumption and waste generation. Cities must take action to combat climate change by assessing roadmaps that take into account objectives such as decarbonize transport, strengthen building requirements, increase access to green energy, implement stable regulation with well-defined fiscal policy mechanisms, and set targets and disseminate progress to all citizens. In addition to these general measures, I would like to add a few that may be of a particular interest to me, which I consider to be urban initiatives that can help the climate transition. For example, the use of rooftops as energy generating spaces, solar roofs, or with green roof solution, which can contribute biodiversity and capture carbon, while at the same time favoring the climate comfort into the building by generating less energy demand inside. Others, such as the recovery of public space of the main streets of the city, or the reactivation of urban voids for the benefit of citizens, or maybe the integral rehabilitation of housing, not only taking into consideration the energy aspect, but also the functioning, spatiality, and new ways of living. Right now, we are at the time of a paradigm shift, in a time of transition towards economy recovery after a pandemic, and with the objectives of Green Deal, digitalization, and social cohesion ever present. We must recognize European cities and regions of all sizes as determining drivers for the future of Europe, and their active role in the implementation priority policies and achieving goals set, for example, European Green Deal, European Digital Strategy, European Pillar of Social Rights. In addition to the European Urban Agenda, we have other European initiatives that will help cities achieve climate neutrality. Two examples are the Renovation Wave and the New European Bauhaus. With the Renovation Wave, the European Commission is expecting to at least double renovation rates over the next 10 years, creating more than 160,000 additional jobs and refurbishing more than 35 million buildings. But we cannot spend all this money only changing our air conditioning or heating. This is why they have launched also the New European Bauhaus. For the first time, the New European Bauhaus puts the architecture and urban planning at the heart, at the core of the European funding policies, and it is committed to changing the direction of investment to improve lives of citizens and leave no one behind. In short, this New European Bauhaus is an unprecedented opportunity to rethink our built environment, to improve the quality of our architecture and urban planning, and to apply these criteria to the projects to be submitted to the recovery plan funds. And on the other hand, to be concluding my intervention, I would like to share with you a concern I have had for some time. I often wonder that despite having thousands of guidance documents and reference on how we should plan our cities and our environments, we have no way of knowing whether the funds that are invested in cities actually improve the lives of our citizens. This is why I sometimes wonder whether it might not be possible to look into the creation of a European Sustainable Urban Development Indicators to measure the evolution of our cities and territories through the correct application and development of European funds. Today, there are numerous indicators for sustainable cities. We have a report conducted by Science for Environment Policy in November 2015. Include examples about urban metabolism framework, European Green Capital Award, a lot of different indicators, and we think that we need to have a single list of indicators at European level to measure the sustainable development of urban areas and territories. In this respect, although it was not affected by the Commission as a good idea, in the last call for pilot project, I proposed it together with other colleagues, the creation of this new list of indicators. In any case, although it was not affected, we will continue to work on this idea because it seems to us a useful and effective tool. To conclude, I would like to say that all this work and effort at a European level would be of no use if our cities and territories do not implement a local urban agenda. That is, to put the sustainable development goals of the 2030 agenda and this European urban agenda into a practice at local level. To realize this local urban agenda, it is necessary to identify who are the actors of the territory, who has to participate, involve citizens, and identify existing projects and work in a cross-cutting way. It should help cities, member states, and the Commission to explore together the new priority themes for the urban agenda by linking them to the new Leipzig Charter principles and dimension with European Union policy priorities. I would like to end with a thought that I always say in my speeches out of the Parliament, which I hope will become more widespread, and that is that urban planning can change our lives and our cities, but only good urban planning can improve our lives and our cities. So I hope that this helps to any one of you. Many thanks for your attention, and I am at your entire disposition for any question or any doubts you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosempere, for this very comprehensive idea and your perspective. Just allow me one question. Where do you see the task of the European Parliament in the process of the urban agenda? How can you support with your work in the Parliament that the process of the urban agenda in the next years goes in the right direction?
Well, as you may know, in the Parliament, we have not only the committees, but we have also the intergroups. There is an intergroup called Urban Intergroup, in which I am a member, and we are discussing every meeting about the development of urban agenda. And I am a firm believer that we have to reactivate our activity in this intergroup and push the European Commission to be more committed, to have a more engagement in this direction. But because we need to develop more the European urban agenda. And in the other side, we are going to start the next week the preparation of a report, of an INI report from the Parliament related to the new European Bauhaus. And the new European Bauhaus is going to be very related to the development of the European urban agenda. Fortunately, yesterday I have been designated as a rapporteur of this INI report, so I will try to push and try to link and try to incorporate in this report the need for developing this European urban agenda and implement this and be conditioned to the good application of European funds.
Thank you very much. I think this is also a good opportunity to bring in the principles of the Leipzig Charter and the whole process of the European Bauhaus. I think it would be a very fruitful cooperation to think both processes more in line in the future. Yes. Mr. Rosempere, I know that you have a next appointment very soon. You will leave us, and I'm very happy that you take your time to join us for this conference and to provide your ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to every one of you, and have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. So I come now to our next speaker. I welcome Philippe Froissart. Maybe you can switch on your camera. Yeah, I see you there. Mr. Froissart, you're head of unit from DG Research and Innovation, and you're responsible for the Horizon Europe or Horizon 2020 program, and then in particular for the urban part of the research program. And I'm very happy that you are here and you give us some current and ongoing policies, how you support the implementation of the Leipzig Charter with your programs. Thank you very much, Mr. Frossard, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Jonas. And indeed, what I would like to do is to provide you with an update and an overview of the type of activities that we are going to support in the context of the program for research innovation at European level, namely Horizon Europe, on urban-related matters. And as you know, so I believe I can share my screen. So I will do that because I have a presentation. Go. Can you see it?
Yes, it's uploading. It's perfect. You can see it. I think you have to press.
Screen.
Yes.
Yeah, the full screen.
Still not. You have to play on display settings.
Yes.
Yes, and now duplicate slideshow. Yeah, now it's working.
It's okay. So very good. So as I said, I'm going to say a few words on the type of activities that we are planning to implement in Horizon Europe to support urban-related activities. And as you know, we are not starting from scratch in the sense that for a number of years now, we have been investing in urban-related activities in the Framework Program for Research Innovation. And just if you look at the Horizon 2020 Framework Program, more than 3 billion were actually invested in urban-related activities. And we have spent this budget on supporting a number of cities, more than 500 cities actually, that were supported as living labs in Europe and beyond, to provide some information and results on the number of activities that relate to urban mobility, climate resilience, energy efficiency, social innovation, social inclusions, and so on. So there is already a large amount of investment that has gone into cities to help them develop an agenda for sustainability in the coming few years. Now with Horizon Europe, we have a new opportunity in the sense that we are contributing to the objective of the Union, and namely the Green Deal, which says that the continent should be climate neutral by 2050. And we have, as part of Horizon Europe, launched a number of missions. And there are 5 missions that have been launched actually earlier on this year. And one of them is called Climate Neutral and Smart Cities Mission. And will address the purpose of climate neutrality for cities in Europe. The objective of this mission is very clear. It's a double objective in a sense that we want, first of all, to identify at least 100 climate neutral cities in Europe that will deliver their strategy for climate neutrality by 2030. And we want to use these cities as experimentation hub, innovation hub to all the other European cities so that they become climate neutral by 2050 and therefore respect the objective of the Green Deal. The objective of the mission is very simple on paper. We know that in practice it's going to be very challenging. This objective of climate neutrality is challenging, and we have to acknowledge that as of today, only a handful of cities in Europe can pretend to become climate neutral by 2030. So there is a big challenge ahead of us, and we hope that the mission that we will put in place will help the cities to commit to this ambition objective. So how are we going to do that? I mean, I think the idea, the interest of the cities mission is precisely in the fact that it provides a new approach to urban climate action. First of all, it is a process that is driven by the demand of the cities. So we are not going to impose a predefined format to cities in order to become climate neutral. We will be looking at the needs and the state of development of the different cities that come forward, and we will adjust the support that we will provide to those cities as a function of the level of preparedness that they are in. So we are going to support these cities through a number of research innovation actions. We believe that research can provide solutions for these cities to develop their strategy for becoming climate neutral. And we want this strategy to be systemic in a sense that it's not about addressing, for instance, mobility or energy efficiency or waste management. It's about all these aspects to be taken into account in this strategy that should be as comprehensive and systemic as possible. What is also very important, and which is very clear from the climate neutral and smart cities mission objective, is that we want to link the different layers of governance. That means having involvement and interaction between the local authorities, the regional and national authorities, as well as the European level to be involved. So what we want to develop is a strategy that is endorsed, that is developed at local level, but endorsed at national and European level. The whole purpose of this strategy is to be implemented, and that requires resources. And we will, through the mission, provide support for those cities to identify sources of funding and access to financing. And I was very happy to see that one of the previous speakers was coming from EIB and provided already a comprehensive description of the type of support that can be provided to cities already now. And it's clear that the mission, through its mission platform, will help cities access these facilities and these instruments that have been already presented by my colleague from the EIB. Another important aspect of the mission is its involvement of citizens. So we want citizens to be involved, not at the late stage of the development of the strategy, but at the early stage, at the onset of the development of the strategy. That means that we want local authorities to interact with their citizens from the beginning of this process through the implementation and the end of this process. It's very important to have citizens involved so that they buy in, because at the end of the day, it's through their involvement, through their commitment, that the strategy for climate neutrality can be successfully implemented. We will use the support of a mission platform to provide technical assistance and support to the cities that will commit to the objective of the mission. This mission platform, as of now, is going to be implemented and run by a project which is called Net Zero Cities, which started on the 1st of October. This is a project that we have supported actually through Horizon 2020, and which will provide the first step technical service and assistance to cities that will commit to the objective of the mission. The approach, the methodological approach that we would like cities to implement when developing their strategy is actually to co-create with the citizens what we call the climate city contract, which is this overarching strategy for climate neutrality. And there again, the mission platform will help cities develop this climate city contract, which should provide not only the target, the ambition, and the timeline for climate neutrality, but also the means for reaching climate neutrality. That means that the climate city contract is actually linked to an investment plan that will need to be provided by the cities when developing this climate city contract. We will also provide some dedicated support through the mission platform to cities on research innovation pilots and demonstrators that will help them identify the solutions that they need to deploy on the ground. So coming back to the climate city contract, we should not give the impression that the climate city contract is a legally binding document. It's very much more a memorandum of understanding that we would like the cities to develop, but which has a commitment, a moral obligation, if you want, of the local authorities with respect to their national and European institutions, as well as vis-à-vis their citizens. So the co-creation aspect is important, as I mentioned, and it will be an initiative that will be supported throughout the process by the Commission. Now, some concrete information. We launched officially the missions, and in particular the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission at the end of September, on the 29th of September. We organized an info day on the 1st of October, and you have here the link of the presentation that were made. It's a video that was made during this info day on the 1st of October. We provided as well a fact sheet, which provides some basic information on the objective of the Smart Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission. And a number of additional documents were actually provided in the meantime. We will launch a call for expression of interest by the end of the month, by the end of November, as I said. And there is the possibility for cities that have an interest in the objective of the mission to pre-register so that they receive the link eventually to access the questionnaire that they will be asked to fill in. So you have here the link for the pre-registration. We have published and released an info kit to the attention of the cities, which provide them with information on the objective of the mission and what we mean very simply by climate neutrality, what are the eligibility conditions for the cities, what we would expect the cities to look into when preparing their application and when they will be in a position to develop their climate city contract. So that again, you have a link on this info kit that has been published earlier on this month. And we have also a set of questions that we received these last few weeks, to which we have provided answers that are available on that same website. And I really invite you to have a look at those frequently asked questions, because most of the questions that cities have are already answered in this frequently asked question document. So there is also, in the meantime, a number of activities that we have prepared and that we would like to implement and support through the framework program Horizon Europe. We have been working and with the member states on an amendment of the work program 21-22 of Horizon Europe for the mission. And we have introduced in this work program to be adopted by the end of the year a number of activities that respond to the needs of the cities already that will commit to the mission. So we have activities and topics addressing activities on urban planning, on public transports, in innovation potential of public transport for urban mobility, as well as an activity on global cooperation and exchange on urban climate neutrality. So these are the few examples. I forgot to mention also an activity on positive energy districts that we would like to support as part of this work program. So these are already some examples of concrete research and innovation actions that we plan to support as part of the package of the activities that will support the mission, on top of what the mission platform will provide in terms of service and support to the missions that will commit to the objective of climate neutrality by 2030. So I think that's all I wanted to say from my side. I thank you very much for your attention. So please stay tuned and be sure that if you are a city, go to the website on the Europa and look at the information that we have provided. And next week, on the 25th of November, we are going to have an event that will be organized in the context of the Committee of the Regions, where we will probably, very likely, also launch officially and release the call for expression of interest. So stay tuned. Thank you very much for your understanding and for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philippe. This was a very interesting presentation on the mission of climate neutral cities. I wish you good luck for that, for the further continuation. Do you believe that the Leipzig Charter could also be a compass for the implementation of the mission of this of the climate neutral cities? We have seen that already some principles of the Leipzig Charter were mentioned in your slides.
No, I completely agree with you in a sense that the principles, the dimensions of the cities that you have in the Leipzig Charter are fully integrated in the objective of the city's mission, namely the green dimension. The just cities, I mean, is clearly something that we want to address as well. I did not mention, but beside the fact that we are talking a lot about climate neutrality and systematic change in the way cities operate in order to become climate neutral, there is an element that we also want to ensure through the city's mission is the inclusiveness. And it's clear that we don't want to leave anyone behind, as well in cities for sure. That means that the strategy for climate neutrality needs to take that into account. And we don't want to leave any cities from any country outside the scope of the mission either. So there is a need also to ensure a proper geographical balance in the selection process that we will apply to the call for expression of interest that we are going to launch. So, I mean, the principles of the Leipzig Charter, as you mentioned, are fully reflected in the objective of our mission.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for this flashlight on your work on the mission on climate neutral cities. Thank you very much. I will come now to our last speaker in the row of supporting programs of the Leipzig Charter. I welcome here Nuala Morgan. I can see you somewhere. Yeah, I see you already in WebEx. Hi, Nuala. Welcome to this conference. And you're representing Orbact, a program which is made for cities to exchange on integrated working on the ground. You mentioned your program, not you, but your program was mentioned many times already today. And I'm very happy for a short introduction of what you're doing and how the program will be further continue in the next years. Thank you very much, Nuala.
Thank you, Jonas, and good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to you and the organizers for the invitation to speak to you this afternoon. Yes, so Orbact has been, say, very closely supporting the renewal of the Leipzig Charter process, and also in parallel supporting the implementation of the urban agenda. And as we've seen previously, these two are going hand in hand and will continue to do so. So I'm happy to outline a little bit of how our program has supported this development and how we'll be continuing to help cities implement the principles of the Leipzig Charter going forward. So on the next slide, there's just a quick reminder for those of you who may not still know Orbact. Hopefully there's fewer and fewer as time goes by, but we are a territorial cooperation program that is dedicated to helping cities work together and learn from each other with the objective of improving their integrated sustainable urban development in Europe. So this is a program that has been running in different programming periods since 2002. And at this point, we're actually over 1,000 cities who have been involved in Orbact networks over those years. And the Orbact method that we use to accompany the cities in our networks is based on these principles, is based on a participatory approach. So while the program beneficiaries are public authorities, city administrations, each city partner creates a local group involving its citizens and stakeholders around the theme that's being tackled. We're also promoting an integrated approach, which we've heard so much of this afternoon, bringing together the different levels of governance that are required to tackle a particular policy, and also across the different departments that a city, the different policy areas that a city is working on to really tackle the economic, the social, the environmental, and the physical and place-based actions that need to be put into place. So the objective of cities who participate in Orbact is to really learn from what's happening across Europe, but to develop an integrated and sustainable action plan at local level that can have a real impact. And so as we've been working with this method for quite a while, we wanted to maybe take a look at its different elements and refresh a little bit our understanding of this Orbact method. And in 2019, when we realized that the German presidency was also going to look at renewing the Leipzig Charter, we thought that this was an opportune moment to really have our work support the Leipzig Charter renewal process. And so we developed a series of city labs. And on the next slide, you can just get an overview of the page that we've set up dedicated to the Leipzig Charter principles, and it also provides links to these different outputs. So we took each of these elements in turn. We had a city lab in Lisbon on participation. And from that, we had speakers from cities who have been involved in URBACT. We also worked with Eurocities and Urban Innovative Actions to bring in some of their experiences too. And we identified in particular there, for example, that a stronger framework for promoting new ways of participation, and we've heard today also mentioned co-design and co-creation is needed. And so that was one of the key messages from that session, which we see reflected in the new Leipzig Charter. The second City Lab on sustainability was in Brussels, and we discussed there the need to move beyond the concept of sustainability to really respond to the climate emergency, and that as we have seen is I mean still very much the priority of the day. We focused in Warsaw and a third City Lab on integrated approaches, and we agreed there that these three pillars of economic, social, environmental approaches are key, but still very difficult to put into practice, and that we need to really upgrade this this pillar model to take into consideration, you know, the limits that we have to work within as a planet. And we also delved into other integrated approaches like the donut model of Kate Rayworth as a potential framework. And finally, the City Lab was held in Porto on the territorial approach. And amongst other things, this identified that cities need their own resources to be able to act, especially if the responsibilities are devolved from the national level to the city level for these policy areas. And as a result of this work, so we've published all of the papers linked to the City Labs online, and we fed in also this work to the European dialogues alongside the new Leipzig Charter. And we really pinpointed the special attention that needs to go to smaller cities who aren't as knowledgeable about perhaps EU funding, or who don't have the opportunity to get this experience in European networks, but that really are at the right scale to make, you know, the leap ahead in sustainable urban development. And that's where programs like URBACT come in to give these smaller cities also their opportunity. So we were happy to work with the German presidency on this. And if we look forward to the next generation of URBACT, yes, you can move to the next slide, thanks. We are pleased the program will continue, but of course the European context in which the program is operating has also evolved. When URBACT began, there was no urban agenda for the EU, had not been established yet. Urban Innovative Actions wasn't operating. So we're developing the new program in close contact with the partner member states and with DG Regio to ensure that our actions are complementary with the European Urban Initiative that the DG Regio is setting up, and that our activities are also joined up when it's necessary and useful for cities across the different strands of our activities around capacity building for cities and sharing knowledge. For those of you interested in the program features itself, on the next slide, I've just given you some indications of the features of the program. So the program area will remain largely the same. It will cover all 27 EU member states, as well as Norway and Switzerland as partner states. And we're also looking to expand, let's say, the reach of URBACT to pre-accession countries, such as Albania and Montenegro, for example, to also, let's say, share the URBACT method with them, and in terms of those cities preparing to join the EU. And the third feature I'd like to highlight here is that URBACT will continue to support cities of all sizes, from the neighbourhood level to the functional urban area, as we've seen identified in the new Leipzig Charter. And we'll continue to have the possibility to propose cities as partners in the next urban agenda partnerships, for example. And this allows us still to feed in the voices of, as I mentioned, smaller cities in particular to the discussion at European level on urban issues. On the next slide, I just give you an overview of the key activities that are planned for URBACT 4. They will seem quite familiar to those of you who know the current URBACT program. There's no big revolution here. But we have, let's say, further developed the format of our transnational networks, which is our key activity, where we will help cities to co-design and implement their integrated action plans. And we're really doing a lot of work at the moment on not only helping cities plan in a sustainable way, but also how to implement their actions in an integrated and sustainable way. And we will be continuing to support cities with that. We will also continue the transfer of good practices, as we've seen in this current programming period. And this has also been further extended to help those elements of urban innovative actions to be replicated across Europe through developing and designing investment plans for those particularly innovative actions, so that they can also be upscaled and shared across Europe. So that's one example of how we're tying in with the other supporting mechanisms for cities. We will continue supporting cities to improve their capacity to develop and design and implement policies in an integrated and participative way through our capacity building activities, with trainings for city practitioners, for elected officials, and so on. And we will be continuing to develop the knowledge sharing pillar of URBACT, which has allowed us to contribute mainly to the better knowledge strand of the Urban Agenda Partnership so far, but also to make, let's say, closer links with the knowledge platform of the European Urban Initiative going forward, to make sure that the learnings coming from URBACT can be, let's say, widely taken up by other cities across Europe. And if I come back on the next slide to the elements of, let's say, the new Leipzig Charter, which have also fed into and maybe are being integrated into the next URBACT program, we are also developing some, let's say, cross-cutting aspects that will be taken on board, whatever the topic cities are working on at project level, but also at the program level. And these cover, for example, the green, let's say, climate approach, the digital, let's say, approach, and the inclusive policy making with a particular focus on gender equality in urban policy planning. So these elements will be also further developed as part of our capacity building support activities, but also at program level, to help cities really integrate, let's say, these features which cut across all urban policy areas. And finally, for those of you interested in when this new program will be available for cities, we're currently going through the approval process with the member and partner states we have a draft URBACT 4 program, which we'll be submitting shortly to the European Commission. And hopefully then within 6 months, we'll have the program approved. And we're planning to launch that program next year in June, 14th, 16th of June to be precise, in France under the French presidency, who is also the managing authority of the program, with the URBACT City Festival. So as well as hearing directly from cities who have benefited from URBACT and who have been applying these principles of sustainable urban development in practice, you will also hear details on the first call for networks that will be launched next year. So I'll leave that with you there, and hope you know those dates in your diary. You can of course follow us on all of our channels to be kept informed of when the call will be open and to get your invitation to the festival. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala, very much for this brief introduction of this comprehensive work you're doing with URBACT. It's not easy to always present it in a nutshell. So thank you very much. So we still have to be a little patient for the next call of URBACT. Everything is in the preparation now. Just one question: how URBACT was playing this is role also in the urban agenda so far. What role does URBACT will play and contribute with its projects also in the continuation of the urban agenda in the next years, and possible interconnections with the partnerships? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, of course. Yes, I'm conscious that I'm coming at the end of the day, so I was maybe quite brief on some of those points. But As I mentioned, URBACT, we were represented as an observer or a partner in all of the urban agenda partnerships, and we've seen different, let's say, ways that that we've been able to contribute to the urban agenda. Either through, there's been some close collaboration between networks, like was mentioned earlier with the Circular Economy Partnership, and a follow-up network that has been financed through URBACT. We've also seen that on topics like urban security and procurement. So I think there'll still be that opportunity there to have this, let's say, dialogue and continuity between actions that are, let's say, identified in urban agenda partnerships and the possibility to work on financing and implementing those actions through URBACT networks. But we're also looking to, let's say, have a more structured way of accompanying the presidencies that are the presidency trios that manage that will also direct the urban agenda, and work with them on the priority things that have been identified, so that we can continue feeding in the experience and from the cities that work with us in URBACT. And continue to ensure that knowledge then isn't lost, but can also be transformed for the urban agenda. So we'll be working, let's say, in priority on the themes that have been identified by the urban agenda as priority through the presidency trios.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nuala, and all the best also for your work. I would like to come now to our last speaker, to Eric Priat. He's from the ANCT in France. Thank you, Eric, for joining us and being so patient to be the last speaker. But you are the anchor point already for the future, a very important anchor point, because you will start the next Trio presidency. And I think lots of very hard work was done by German, Portuguese, and Slovenian presidency so far. We all keep fingers crossed that next week it will come hopefully successful to an end. And we are now curious what you will do under the French presidency in the continuation of this process. How will you support? Thank you, Eric, for elaborating on that.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. Dear German colleagues, dear Mr. Scholz, thank you for your invitation to be part of this panel. It's a pleasure, but also an opportunity to share another view of the upcoming French presidency related to urban policies. The current Trio presidency, as you mentioned it, has successfully kept the momentum regarding the urban agenda for the EU. The new Leipzig Charter, endorsed last year, allows member states, commission, partner, and cities to foster dynamic collaboration. It has taken into account the current situation to align our common objectives in all dimensions regarding urban development. The next ministerial meeting that will be held next week with the Ljubljana Agreement will set up a multi-annual working program to give the orientations to organize our missions and follow our common goals. The program of the French presidency, apart from ensuring the functioning of the urban agenda for the EU and the expert and DG meetings, is to build upon the current trio to continue to work on the urban agenda and its implementation. We have already started discussions with our colleagues from Czech Republic and Sweden. But now I will focus on our program. First, we want to deepen the just dimension of the new Leipzig Charter. It is based on our own experience and our own specific national urban policy, which is dedicated to deprived areas. A quick reminder about this policy. The first steps were built 40 years ago. It's an urban policy directed to priority districts, and it has evolved since. This national urban policy is based on statistical aspects and characterization of urban poverty, which defines a geography of priority districts. More than 1,500 districts are concerned, which means 5.4 million inhabitants, around 8% of the French population. The feature of this policy is the political mobilization, intergovernmental cooperation for many areas, such as tackle poverty, improve living conditions, employment, and a specific budget to enhance the national sectorial policies. Deprived areas faced with social economic difficulties are targeted by multi-partnership approach through a city contract, and this city contract is a clear example of a multi-level governance, which aim is to implement a public policy in these specific urban areas. So we propose to extend and deepen knowledge of the new Leipzig Charter and its Just City dimension. The current pandemic situation has shown that those territories and their inhabitants were most affected by the crisis. Despite these observations, we are convinced that those territories, mainly seen as vulnerable, also have resources based on communities and richness of its inhabitants. That is why we are looking forward to focus on the pillar of Just City. For instance, if you remember, under Portuguese presidency and in collaboration with OECD and EUKN, there was a webinar that was organized on the meaning of the Just City. We would like to see taken further the Just City dimensions and the interlinkages between this pillar and the other ones, especially with the green dimension at large, and especially the link between the green transition and the just transition as it has been pointed in a previous session of this panel. To analyze this integrated approach on the urban development will be, of course, a goal as well. The purpose would be to analyze this subject and, if relevant, establishing recommendations for the urban agenda and for the cities. Regarding the implementation of new partnerships, and based upon the new Leipzig Charter and the Ljubljana Declaration, French presidency will, with the support of the Commission, of course, experiment an ex-ante assessment on 2 new partnerships that will officially be decided by ministries in charge of urban matters next week. This ex-ante assessment aims to prepare properly a methodology to launch new partnerships during the next trial. It will be a reference framework to enable the next generation of partnerships. The trial will also define the requirements and the process to participate to this partnership. As far as the interlinkage between urban and territorial agenda is concerned, as you know, those 2 processes progress in parallel and common sessions were already organized. To continue to provide the common understanding, we will hold a joint session of DG from Urban Matters and DG in charge of territorial cohesion. We should take advantages of knowledge and understanding of these 2 agendas and find relevant connections. And of course, last but not least, we will have the pleasure, as Nuala told you in the previous sequence, we will have the pleasure to welcome you in mid-June to the Urbac City Festival in Paris region. It will be located in Pantin, and Pantin is a town on the outskirts of Paris, where one can find lots of challenges our urban policies are facing throughout Europe. I hope to have soon the opportunity to meet you in Paris and thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Eric. This was very interesting, a sneak preview to your task you will conduct under your presidency. And also interesting and good to hear that next year also the first partnerships, the continuation of the urban agenda will start. We wish you all the best for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we come now to an end of this conference, and I must regret not only of this conference, we come to the end of the entire row of this web series on the Leipzig Charter. A special thank today I would like to give to all the speakers. You made a great job. We had a very nice flight over the strategic discussion in the morning of the urban agenda and the interlinkages with the Leipzig Charter. Then we had the flight over the partnerships and now over supporting programs for the Leipzig Charter and also the urban agenda. I think what everything has in common that the Leipzig Charter, and I think we visualized it very nicely, is for all programs and initiatives a very important compass document, and underlines also the trigger down effect, I would say it like this, how the Leipzig Charter finally, although it's a quite abstract document at the end, influences all the policies up to the local level on the whole scale of the multi-level governance. I would like to thank at this moment also my co-moderators, Mart Grisel and Eddie Adams. It was always a pleasure to work with you again. And thank you very much for your excellent moderation. Also, I would like to thank the colleagues from Eurotowns, from the European Urban Knowledge Network and Urbact for supporting this conference, and a very special thank also to the colleagues from Slovenian presidency also to support this conference today. Last but not least, I would also like to mention my colleagues in Berlin, Hauke Meyer and Heike Marges. You made a great job today for 5 hours to steer all the technical issues of this conference. And thank you very much to you both as well. I say now we come to an end, and I hope you had a good inside view on the further development of the urban agenda. And I wish in particular the Slovenian colleagues for next week all the best to sign or to agree on the Ljubljana Declaration. And from my side, I wish you a good afternoon. Goodbye.